believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and Wasteful Wednesday. I'm David Sponheim, and we are here to discuss waste. Your wasted life. I know a lot of you feel like you're wasting your time. I hope you don't. This show is about sharing information. We are bringing up information that you wouldn't get anywhere else necessarily, so you're not wasting your time here. But a lot of you feel kind of aimless. There was a study that was done 5-6 years ago, asking people if they were happy with their jobs. 85% of our population in America do not like their jobs. That's kind of sad when you think about it. It's probably why I don't work, because I don't want to work for somebody telling me what to do. And I don't blame you for being upset about your jobs. We need to find better purposes here on Earth. Now, many years ago when I was a young child, they talked about, a Pew poll, 85% dislike their job. When I was a young kid, they talked about how when we get old, we won't need to work. No one will need to work because we will have automation and everything will be made for us. Many of us will be able to relax and live the good life. We were actually told that a long, long time ago when our country was free and we had a semblance of a democracy, when we didn't have censorship and we didn't have our country, freezing to death from climate change that's gone haywire. Climate change gone wild, when we had people like John F. Kennedy who would probably have resolved our environmental crisis by now. We didn't have any inkling of the corruption that Trump would bring on, where he doesn't even admit we have climate change. And now today we've had a serious blow to anybody who eats chicken nuggets. I know this is a disturbing statement I'm going to make, but many of you have probably eaten rubber. These were enormously popular. The Tyson chicken nuggets have been recalled. 36,000 pounds of Tyson chicken nuggets have been recalled because they may contain rubber. No, this is not a scam. In fact, the USDA didn't even look into this until people started complaining that they found little pieces of rubber in their panko chicken nuggets. Well, many people were. I ate a sample at Costco. Someone said, "Try the chicken nuggets." I tasted it. I said to Sarah, "This tastes like rubber." I remember saying that, and I spit it out. But I remember, a lot of people were buying those things. So a lot of people have been poisoned by rubber. What's the USDA going to do? Nothing, other than pull 36,000 pounds. What are the long-term effects of rubber? We don't know. Is anyone going to get a class action suit going? No mention of a class action suit. Is Tyson chicken nuggets still going to be a big part of their product line? Oh yeah. They're going to start making more nuggets. Yeah. So can you believe this? This is USA Today. They don't usually put stories out that aren't backed or vetted. We're eating rubber nuggets. How do we know that the nuggets at any restaurant are not rubber too? Not necessarily. Rubber can be processed as a petroleum product in your body and can be broken down into small mini microplastics. We are extremely upset that the USDA hasn't told Tyson Chicken to terminate all chicken nugget production. End the product line now. Period. Continue making breasts of chicken that we can look at, go, oh yeah, that's a breast of chicken. But now we find out that Tyson's been using antibiotics in their chicken and saying there's no hormones or antibiotics in their chicken. They claim that since they only shot the egg up before it created a hatchling, that it was in some way not antibiotic injected. Well, that's not true. And they lost a court case. And now when their new packaging arrives, they have to all pull off the names no antibiotics or no hormones. One of the reasons why I bought that product was because it said no antibiotics and no hormones. I feel deceived. We all know that Trump is allowing Chinese chicken to come into our country too. All this makes us very, very upset. But the big problem right now in our country is a polar vortex. That's right. Massive winter, descending temperatures. People are freezing to death right now in America because we don't know what's going on with the climate. Now, I've been saying all along that they engineered this polar vortex. They're purposely trying, and we even showed you videos last night of how chemicals are being sprayed in the atmosphere. Radiation is used through radar to manipulate maneuver the cloud structures so that they create this polar vortex. I believe that this is being artificially engineered. The climate change that we're seeing is happening so fast, it doesn't follow a cycle of disruption to our environment. It's much more accelerated. It's my belief that they are purposely trying to screw our entire environment over so that they can justify cap and trade legislation that the Democrats are pushing. They literally want us all to be hooked up and paying extra taxes so that they can make more money on us while we're already barely able to make it. That's what the Democrats are trying to push. And that's why they're going to lose in the upcoming election. Now, I'll tell you how messed up the Democrats are. Kamala Harris actually believes that we should have Medicare for all. And they're claiming that all their polls are saying everyone wants this. No one realizes Medicare for all at the current healthcare costs will be a huge gouge to every one of our insured people who pay taxes. The people that don't pay taxes, who are not insured, they're going to get top quality care at a high price, courtesy of your tax dollars. And Medicare for all is just a hyped up version of the single payer plan, which charges your employer 7.5% and you 7.5% for some bag person that's standing on the street wanting to be treated with a day spa and a shower and all the accoutrements of good quality health care. You should be scared. I'm taking a breath right now. There are people right now freezing to death. Trump won't even acknowledge global climate change. I mean, hello. And if you don't attribute global climate change to the obvious spraying in the atmosphere that's happening on a daily basis, then you just don't get it. We have a massive amount of sprays. So much that some people are standing out of their car and talking about the sprays above them. We profiled a man last night who was very upset. Here he is right now.
Clouds don't shape in straight lines. I mean, is it going to get to the point where everybody's got like tubes in their noses and doing asthma pumps and no one's noticing, your clouds are square. Your clouds are parallel. It's 30,000 feet in altitude. How is a cloud form into a straight line? I can't find a straight line in fucking nature in a tree or a rock.
Thank you. Man's right on. I mean, we are looking at these lines in the sky. They are spraying us like insects. If that doesn't enrage you, I don't know what would. The $20 trillion question Ocasio-Cortez couldn't answer. Okay. She wants to take 70% out of all the tax dollars.
Your platform has called for various new programs, including Medicare for All, housing as a federal right, a federal jobs guarantee, tuition-free public college, canceling all student loan debt. According to nonpartisan and left-leaning studies.
Why would she get airtime when she wasn't even seen prior to 2015? And I've been out doing this show since 2008. Yet I can't get one bit of airtime in the mainstream media. Why would she be getting airtime? Well, you have to look at Ocasio as a possible, at least a lookalike for Eva Abedin, who happened to stop tweeting the day that Ocasio came on the scene. Now, if you tell me that these two women do not look alike, I'm going to call you a liar. Eva Abedin is the sister of the lesbian aide, the aide for Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin. Eva Abedin stopped tweeting in 2015 at the same time. No, she's not 28. No, she's hardly. No, I don't believe it. Nope, sorry. I believe they're the same person. And I believe that Hillary Clinton got her. They're not different. No, the noses are identical. Apparently you don't have vision. In any event, let's just look at the simple fact that let me put this face on this face and move it around for you. Okay, you're saying that this woman, Eva Abedin, is not this woman. Okay. All right. You're saying that's a different person. Wow. You must be seeing something I'm not seeing. Let's see if I can line this up. Well, aside from the face she's making in this scene, I can see there's a parallel difference in their face. There's absolutely no difference in their face. If you're saying their nose is different, then I'll at least acknowledge that maybe she had a nose job. Thank you. What's the $40 trillion question?
Your cause, including the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities or the Tax Policy Center, the overall price tag is more than $40 trillion in the next decade. You recently said in an interview that increasing taxes on the very wealthy plus an increased corporate tax rate would make $2 trillion over the next 10 years. So where's the other $38 trillion going to come from?
Well, one of the things that we need to realize when we look at something like Medicare for All would save the American people a very large amount of money. And what we see as well is that these systems are not...
Okay, she could not answer the question. She's on record not answering the question. Thank you. Offering Medicare for all without addressing the rising cost of healthcare and how all these doctors are buying Teslas now that they're trading in their Lexuses is not going to cut it. I don't meet anybody, Shadow. I told you that. Yeah, it looks like a Coke nose. Good point, Howie. The thing is, I am not about to meet anybody in public because we got over 1,000 death threats going against me right now. No, I disagree. No, Eva Abedin has dimples as well. Yeah. You just want to stare at these faces for a while, leave them on the screen, you can realize that you're retarded. Of course it's the same woman. And why would Eva Abedin stop tweeting at the exact same time that Ocasio-Cortez came on the scene? No one even has any trace of Ocasio dating back prior. Now, I will say that the neckline right there is a little bit older for Eva. Yeah. But it could be I'm looking at the opposite neckline. I mean, you see the carotid artery right there on both of them. If we take one picture and convert it maybe it's the opposite. It's like a mirror image. That's what I'm thinking. We can take that and mirror it. Then we see the carotid artery at the same place. See that? Yeah. Okay, moving on. You can go with that story if you want, or just ignore it. But the fact that she stopped tweeting right at the same time Ocasio started, that's pretty weird. No, it's only different because it's a mirror image. I explained that to you. Oh, who would want to kill you? You're not worth anything? Not really. I'm not broke. No, I've got lots of resources. In fact, I have no debt, unlike Donald Trump. Nope, I don't have a need for money from Sarah. No, she's welcome to not donate any money toward utilities and live for free. I don't care. I'm set. I have no problem with money. But you, however, believe that somehow a guy who's acquired $1 billion or $2.3 billion in debt is somehow rich. There's something wrong with your brain to think that Donald Trump is rich. Vladimir Putin is rich. He's made $200 billion from Russian oligarchs who bribe him to do whatever they tell him to do. Vladimir Putin has lots of money. Jeff Bezos, he has $160 billion, which he's going to lose half of it to his wife, who he cheated on. But now he's launching an investigation into leaked texts with Lauren Sanchez that killed his marriage. Okay, now we put all of our faith in this man, and the NSA bought rack servers from this man with Chinese circuit boards. And he couldn't even control his penis pictures online. Apparently they're out there. National Enquirer has them. I don't know if somebody's, asking for money not to present them. That's probably what's in play right now. I wouldn't doubt somebody's trying to, get his penis pics suppressed so that nobody sees them. All I'm saying is this guy, he's not the kind of person who can launch an investigation. He's screwed up. Anybody with this much money that doesn't have a technical staff that can guard his messages in a cloud isn't worth even talking about. He's obviously got no mental stamina, no brain power. He's just a really greedy guy. And he's made lots of money on the backs of the U.S. taxpayers with low rates as low as $2 per envelope or package. You pay $20 or $40 for a package. He pays $2 for to ship anywhere in the country. That's my idea. That's not Donald Trump's. He stole that concept from me. Well, good. I hope your investigation discovers how you screwed up, Jeff Bezos. Market upset you. I'm sorry that happened. Well, keep focused, Jacket Pockets. We don't know what's wrong with his eye. It could be related to his medication. He's on some sort of a controlled medication, I think, causing his eye to get inflamed. It's like that weird look in your eye when you're like buzzed out of your mind all the time. Me, I'm guilty of having one addiction. Coffee. Sarah brought me home some natural coffee tonight that I had to mix it down because it's so strong. I like Bob Seger. Yeah, I understand he's doing a tour again. I like him. Pete Seeger's good too. I didn't know that about McAfee until I read about it all over the news, but I don't really want to make any statements about McAfee or Melania because they can sue me. Well, we could talk about Melania in a sense that, we're really, happy that she's doing well and blah, blah, blah. But Melania just sued a magazine that recanted what they said about her. She has a staff of legal team that will not work for Donald Trump to defend him on the Russian thing because they just said, hey, this is just too much. But they will work for Melania. So she's got people suing left and right. Donald paid this team to just sue people. So I don't eat coffee that comes out of a monkey's butt. No, that's where I draw the line. But this coffee was sustainable, and she brought me a container of it, and I was saying, wow, this is really strong. Apparently people drink coffee a lot stronger than I do. So I diluted it down and I'm drinking it tonight. But I am definitely addicted to caffeine. And that's not such a bad thing. I have gone without it. And if you go without it right away and you don't taper yourself down, you will have projectile vomiting, just so you know. Hey, and we always wondered about Sarah Sanders, whether she was, all there in her head. Well, maybe she isn't all there.
It was God. God wanted Donald Trump to be president. This is according to the White House press secretary, Sarah Sanders, who says this in a new interview with the Christian Broadcasting Network. Here she is.
I think God calls all of us to fill different roles at different times, and I think that he wanted Donald Trump to become president, and that's why he's there, and I think he has done a tremendous job.
All right, now this person, not only does she speak for Donald Trump, but she also speaks for God. Tell me this isn't psychosis. Name one Christian that can speak for God. I don't know one. I know a lot of pastors who are full of themselves and think that they can speak for God, but the whole church itself is dedicated to God having the final word. But no, Sarah Sanders knows now that he was there. He wanted Donald Trump to become president. I just can't believe this woman would say such a mindless statement in a country that has separation of church and state. This is not a person that needs to be in front of a camera, folks. She needs to be checked into a hospital. There's something wrong. Yeah. I don't know. She needs to have a full mental status exam. She thinks that God's talking to her. Yeah. Weird. I know. God must be Putin. Right. There you go, Akira. Maybe she thinks God is Putin and Putin wanted Donald to become president, so he rigged the election. We're not talking about cute or not, but I can tell you, Shadow, I'm going to look at your link. Well, here we have a massive, unbelievable picture here, folks. There's something wrong with this. For one, we don't have minus 48 where we are. I'm beginning to believe that this is a myth. Now, look at that. That has our temperature at minus 48. Minus 60. I don't believe any of this. I think they should have 48 plus 48 over here. That's right. That's where they screwed up. Plus 50 in Maine. Yeah, the minuses were improperly measured. Those are all pluses. Wow, we're really not taking concern here, but there is huge dips in temperature across the Midwest. It's beyond belief. The worst ever in history. Record lows, but like I said, we're having 48 degrees, not minus 48 in Washington. It was Montana. Yeah, and it's really, really bad. I feel for you. A lot of you people. Jackson is in his warmest room in the house, I'm sure, unable to even get into the show. Some people are having complete electrical shutouts, too. Yeah, it said minus 45 in California. Wasn't that funny? Yeah, thank you for that, Shadow. For pictures can definitely try to lie. Wow. Not going to feature the crackhead doing the Shimoni dance. Sorry, that's not going to make the show. Good for you. I'm glad you have a thermostat. If you don't have a backup heating supply and you're in the Midwest, you need to get one, because your electricity may not last forever. It was 72 in California. Yeah, every place is suffering the opposite. Warm temperatures in the West Coast because the entire center of the country is in an icebox, but worse. Hawaii's low is 12. Really? Well, I don't believe the story. That link looked pretty weird. Okay, we have an alien. The absurd theory that people have been abducted by aliens and anally abducted by aliens is now becoming more real. Apparently, the government's been up to this alien agenda plot so much that they constructed a suppository or a large, some sort of an object that can replicate the presence of an alien up your ass.
What I see when I look at the Rectal Toolkit is a great example of problem solving in the intelligence world. Technology is designed to fix hard problems.
Okay, I don't think this is the story we thought it was.
My name is Dr. Vince Houghton.
But having a CIA agent talk about his rectal toolkit has got to be one of the most interesting stories I'll add to our show tonight. We'll get to that later in the evening. Yeah, in the pre-show, we actually looked at a live leak of a family that lost their son. 24-year-old son was shot to death by cops. And he was having a midlife, early 20s, you get a lot of crises in your life. Sometimes your anger gets out of control. Another reason why medical marijuana or recreational marijuana would be beneficial. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. They got it all over the world. It's in other places. Weather Channel has it too. But this young man's family was there while their son was shot, and all their son had was an airsoft gun with a little red mark on it, and the police said it looked really realistic. Now, for the police to shoot somebody with an airsoft gun, a BB gun, when all BB guns are required to have red marks in the front, is just inexcusable. But this family had to endure their son's loss of life, and the father's standing there screaming at the cop here.
See what you did to him. At least let you see what you blew his fucking heart out.
Please see my son before he dies. I need to die. Because you guys shot him! You guys shot my son and killed him! You killed my son!
Now the cops are acting like she's crazy or something when they just shot her son in the head, and all he had was an airsoft gun. I know, airsoft guns, this is what they look like. And the cops said it looked really realistic. No, not one airsoft gun in the market doesn't have a red thing on the end of it.
It's not supposed to. If it is, then there would be reason.
Well, if it was modified and he pulled it out, because it's hard plastic into the unit, they can't pull him off necessarily.
They could have cut him out, or
I don't know. If the airsoft gun didn't have the red thing, I could see they had a case. But I'd have to look at that item, and I would have to have discovery, and I'd have to have a court case in front of me. And I'm not a lawyer, so I'd have to go to law school to do this.
Playing a video, yeah.
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm just a guy playing a video. Hey, Sarah's got her nice coat on. I just turned the heater on, folks, so we're warming up here. This is what the Weather Channel is claiming our weather is like. Now, talk about incompetence. They've got 48-degree weather in Washington. Minus 48, it says.
It's not minus 48 in Washington.
Yeah, minus 48 in Washington.
No, it's not.
Yeah. And
where? Maybe on the East Coast.
This is how incompetent the weather...
East side? I don't know.
This is how incompetent the weather programs are. I mean, they don't even know what minus and plus is.
They're saying, that's what they're saying. They're not saying when this happened. They're just saying this is the coldest temperatures ever recorded, ever.
Okay.
At one point in time, somewhere in Washington...
Well, that's kind of okay. That's kind of.
It's not saying.
But the coldest temperatures ever recorded in all 50 states. It's just a map to see the coldest temperatures ever recorded. Okay. Hawaii is the only temperature places. I seriously wonder when Washington had minus 48 degrees. I just don't believe it.
Washington, maybe.
I don't believe it. I don't know. I mean, the coldest I've ever gotten here is 12 degrees, not minus 48.
Or way up in the mountains somewhere. There are a lot of mountains here.
Now, this young man who was killed in Redondo Beach was carrying an airsoft gun, and they shot him in the head. And you just saw his family reacting. They'll never have a son again. That's over. I think it's about 48 degrees in Washington right now, I would guess. Don't ever come in here. Yeah, I'll kick him too. Thank you.
Oh. Real Man's has a link to one that is sold with no red tip, even though they're supposed to have a red tip.
Oh, really? You've got one there? Amazon sells them without red tips? Oh, well, that's interesting, because that's illegal.
And that definitely looks like a...
Well, it might have been the gun they used. I mean, if
that
that's...
definitely looks like a real gun.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if this is what they're trying to sell, this is completely illegal. You can't sell them in our state without a red tip on them. Thanks for that link. I didn't realize they were selling them like that. Wow. Okay, well, I have great concerns for the country right now. There's a big story that I have to present in the news right now. that now Mueller is very concerned about this company, Concord Management, that countersued him, that he's trying to negate everything that they ever said. He's so upset that he's saying the Mueller says Russians are using his discovery materials in a disinformation effort. Yeah, some private cases were used in disinformation campaign to discredit Russian probe, blah, blah, blah. Now, my argument is the Concord Management and Consulting found out when they requested all the line item details of everything in the case, Mueller had to produce it. One of those items was a sex selfie in the Trump file. Nobody in the mainstream media has talked about it, but Concord Management is on record having requested this information, this laundry list, and in it was a sex selfie in the Donald Trump file. That's all we know. That could be a sex selfie from somebody. Maybe it's Jeff Bezos' sex selfie. I don't know. But the fact is, Mueller is now trying to backtrack from everything in that file. And they're doing it in the mainstream media to try to reel back what they think could be a big problem, a national security risk. Well, if there is a sex tape or a sex selfie in the file, it's more of a national security risk for it to be hidden from the American public, because it could be used to blackmail our president right now. It's BS disinformation, that's right. All right, thank you very much. Sarah's going to talk for a bit. I'll be back. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, I don't know. Has the world changed all that much that people wouldn't care about a president's nude selfies? I think people would care about the president's nude selfies, whoever that president would be. I mean, they would care if it were Obama or Clinton or Bush. So I think they would care if it were Trump too. Scarn, you need answers sometimes. What do you need answers to? I may try to provide them. I may be able to point you in the right direction, or I may say, I don't know the answer. You do? I don't. I don't think so. Sarah, what does our future hold? Hope. Our future holds sunlight, energy, hope. It's whatever you would like the future to be. You can make it happen. And time. Our future holds time. Yeah, I'm not too gold. Thanks, Shadow. Am I supposed to open the link? Bob Seeger, like a rock. If you just want to retire, then that sounds good. You may retire. I'm going to tell you one thing my dad told me, and then I had to tell my dad, remember when you told me? And he's like, I said that? I don't really remember. You can do anything that you want to do. You just have to be willing to accept the consequences. You predict Christmas will occur on December 25th. I think you are right. I'm not going to bet against you, Process Bird. This coat, David and I bought it at Costco. I'd been looking for a nice rain jacket for probably a year, 2 years, and within what I wanted to pay for it. And then I saw this one at Costco, and it was what it seemed decent at the time, so I got it. My dad is not No, my dad is not a vet. This coat is warm. It has like, it's double, see how it has like 2 zippers? There's like an inner lining and then this, and then actually it's sewn in, so I can't like take it up apart, but it feels like it has 2 linings. You don't wear your coat inside. Think of all the energy you would save if you did. Self-discipline is good. Wait. Oh, Warby. This coat is very comfortable. No, David did not buy 30 gallons of mac and cheese from Costco. I'm glad you like to be... You don't have to buy everything in bulk at Costco. It all depends. Like, yeah, but some things you can buy a single coat or a single pair of pants or a single jar of pesto. Of course, it's a big jar of pesto. I love pesto. I know some people are not fans of pesto, but I love pesto. I believe in political correctness and political correctness in schools. Schools are not... I know we all have to follow the Constitution, but it's also about teaching kids without getting anyone hurt. I have never seen 30 gallons of mac and cheese. Even at Costco. Usually it's like you buy 2 gallons of milk at a time. I give you a high five. You really want a hug? I just gave you a high five, Shadow. Ready? High five? Okay, go. There we go. You missed the game? Sorry. You bought a mortar and pestle just to make some pesto. That's awesome. That's very cool. $120 million people watch the Super Bowl. It's always the weekend of my birthday. Sometimes the Super Bowl lands on my birthday. But it's usually the weekend before. I probably will watch the Super Bowl with David. Thank you, Real Magoo. Yeah, it's always a super birthday. And then Valentine's Day is the week after my birthday. Thank you, Time Pilot. Because of course, everybody needs a full week to have the hearts everywhere for Valentine's Day. Well, for my birthday, I mean. I will be 41 this year. Big changes. Big changes. Last year, I think 40 was my all-time high birthday. I mean, yeah, I accomplished more. God, I can't stand looking at whatever this is. I'm going to turn this over. I accomplished more while I was 40 than any other year. I just need to finish my master's degree in the next week, and then I'll say, wow, and I got a master's degree. Made a huge dent in my master's program. No, I disagree, DTV. Are you saying PC as in personal computer culture? No. Political correctness culture? No, I don't think so. I think kids will be perfectly prepared for life in the business world. David will be cooking. He might be cooking a lovely meal on Valentine's Day, considering it is a Thursday. Thank you, Sheriff John Brown. I am very assertive. I usually eat the pesto with a pasta, like, especially recently I bought pre-made like spinach and cheese ravioli. And then I did a whole container of that with pesto, but I could do just a few at a time. That's what I would do. You stopped celebrating birthdays past 30. I thought about that, but I really enjoyed this past year. I would love some peanut sauce. That would be good for my birthday or Valentine's Day. Either one of those. I don't know what David's making. We could get something like a nice steak or something like that. A peanut sauce? I would like that. Well, the restaurant in town makes a really good peanut sauce, Sally. They probably make it homemade. I always feel like buying their peanut sauce, and then I have thought about like just going in there and saying, I just want a tub of your peanut sauce. How much is that? And then going home and making my brown rice and chicken and spinach, and then I'd have like just as good a dish as they did. I think it's just peanut butter, coconut milk or coconut oil, something like that. Wow. But I think that would be better in many ways than having David try to make it. I'm sorry you did not have a good year last year, Jacket Pockets, and I feel like maybe it'll flip, because since September, even though I was when I say good year, I was really February through June. And then since September, it's more like, I really do want a tub of their peanut sauce. Well, maybe not a bathtub full, but like a container. I'm glad the polar vortex is not over our area. Yeah, I'm sure they will sell me just the sauce. Aw, Busy, you're fine. You don't need to stay out of anywhere. Don't ban peanuts. You don't have to eat peanuts. Let other people enjoy them. Oh, that's pretty cool. Some pizza places will sell just their pizza dough. That's good. Jeff Bezos is launching an investigation into leaked text with Lauren Sanchez that killed his marriage. Really, she's upset because she was cheating too. And they're both married. They were both married. No, Time Pilot. What, you want me to gain like 20 pounds? No, thank you. I appreciate the thought, but I do not need 18 pounds of chocolate. Yeah, wait, politics. If you have to do it, be good at it. That would be good. Wait, Sarah Sanders says God wanted Trump to become president. What? So Senator Rand Paul has been awarded over $580,000 after he was attacked by a neighbor. He was just mowing his lawn and a neighbor came up to him and attacked him. My first priority as First Lady, well, I have two priorities. One is housing and one is healthcare. Well, actually 3 priorities. And the third is building up the soil with composting.
Hello, my dudes. Welcome back to Internet Analysis.
Oh, Facetune is contributing to body issues. I'll just always go a little blemish here and here. Maybe I'll just leave them. With the compost, I would make more gardens and grow things. I would help the soil, and also just distributing it around all plants already is really good. Is Thoughtbot AI? Oh, yeah. You need to go to get dinner soon, but you're not sure if you can because you're not sure if your car can start. Well, if you do get your car started, then make sure you go into the store really fast to get back to your car. So it's not bad being snowed in at your house. The worst would be, or not being able to start your car at your house. The worst would be not being able to start it in a parking lot. Oh my god. The secrets of chocolate making. Ooh, that's a picture. Oh, it starts with... Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's so funny. This is disturbing. Haters will say it's Photoshop. Well, maybe the small one is really her and the other one is Photoshop. Yeah, that's the hard part. It's not being able to trust what anyone looks like online anymore. Okay, no problem, another brother. You're welcome. As long as you're over 18, you're welcome to do what you want. 521 says there are great suggestions on YouTube that could help you start your car in cold weather. Wow, that's quite a beer mug you have there, another brother. Was that completely full? It's quite a beer. He had like this beer mug that was as tall as my head. I think it was taller. You think positive. You see the glasses needing a refill. Don't you could probably do that, Misanthropy. No way. No way. Oh. Wolfram Alpha. Wolfram Alpha is pretty amazing. I haven't really played with it too much, but I've listened to a couple of his TED Talks and he was pretty cool. Yeah, we are old friends. What do you mean? Oh no, I have like these 2 last tasks to do, and I've been procrastinating. Misanthropy, I'll admit I've been procrastinating a little bit. Yes, I've been procrastinating. So I have it in the other room. I'm going to work on it during my break tonight. Like when David comes back, I'm going to go work on my master's degree because I do have a goal to try to turn it in before my birthday. Hopefully it doesn't get returned to me. Hopefully it just passes and then I'll have my master's, and then that would be great. And then my next goal is, David would just say sit on your laurels, but I think I want to just go through all the Khan Academy videos, all of the math ones, and just delve into math. That's what I think I want to do. I could spend more time in the garden with my compost. I'll do that too, but I'm not as passionate about gardening as I am about math. And as far as teaching school, I don't think I'll ever be done with that. I do have red wriggler worms. I love those. As long as I don't have a tofu on my gyro, Not a big Euro fan, actually, Shadows, I have to say. But you can pick me up some baklava. Put up office cooler water bottles on my yard to scare off squirrels. Wait, what? All right. Hello, DJ Sam on Demand. You dream of failing a test like principal? How do I spell principal? You dream you can't find your classroom. Glad with my master's I don't have to go to an actual physical classroom. But I do have to get to the books. I know. Well, it's not that I guess I do like compost. I don't like watering my garden. That is my least favorite gardening activity ever. But I do like digging in the soil, making soil. Well, I don't make the soil, the worms make the soil. Wait, no, I didn't get a master's degree to make mud pies. I got a master's degree to be a better teacher. And I am a better teacher. Well, David can change the background when he gets back. 521. My sister has a bachelor's degree in soil science. David is a centrist. He's fiscally conservative. He doesn't like to spend money on pretty much anything. And yes, but I get paid a little bit more with my piece of paper, and I'm more confident in creating my own curriculum, online curriculum. David is also, I would say he's socially liberal. He cares so much about people. He really does. Yes, I know somebody who's getting a gender study degree. Actually met someone today that's majoring in that. I agree, you don't need a piece of paper to be good at anything, but a piece of paper is some kind of validation. David is very frugal. That's what they call Daryl too. He probably isn't healthy, Howie. You have a neighbor that slams meth 3 times a day. How can he be healthy? He probably isn't. 521, you love math and quantum physics. I've never taken a physics course, but it sure sounds fun. Maybe I'll do that too. No, I fortunately didn't go into debt getting a master's degree. DTV. You have friends that majored in math and computer science. That sounds like the next degree I would like to get. Math and computer science. I should become a scientist. That is basically what I do. I don't have a master's degree yet, another brother, but I'm working on it. And DTV says, wait, you went to get a master's degree so you can play in the dirt? Because I was talking about my compost, but, and that's not really why I got a master's degree. I would say what makes someone an alcoholic misanthropy is if they can't stop drinking for a certain amount of period. If they can't stop drinking for any amount of time. In other words, like, okay, if you drink one drink every day, just go one day without it. And if you're like, I can't go that day without it, then maybe you are an alcoholic. Math is useless in the quantum realm? No way. I don't believe that. I just believe it hasn't been explained yet. One thing I also think is we need to teach students at an earlier age about negative numbers. They need to teach, as soon as we start teaching kids about subtraction, we need to teach them about negative numbers. Real Magoo says his test of someone, if someone's an alcoholic, is if they can't have just 1 to 2 drinks without wanting to drink till they pass out. There is so much more to the world than drinking your life away. And there's a lot of people that are addicted to coffee. They can't go one day without coffee. No, I don't think David's ever gone a day without coffee. But I will say that David's coffee is very weak. It's kind of like flavored water. And maybe he does that to make his coffee last longer. I don't know. Maybe it's when I used to drink David's coffee, I realized how weak it was. I would drink it. But anyway, I'm glad I stopped drinking coffee. The world's good about teaching you about division. Ooh. People divided against each other. United we stand. Yeah, alcoholics could water down their alcohol, I suppose. Yeah, some do. Sure, we can sit united. That's good, 521. Very good. Sometimes I drink cocoa, but I don't drink coffee anymore. Gunther, you're pretty funny. Pretty funny indeed. Wow. Yeah, they really want to reshape Latin America. You like hot tea. That's good. That's pretty good. Do you do English breakfast tea? I don't like that one either. I don't like English breakfast tea, I have to say. Too strong and a little weird.
Okay. I got you some surf and turf today.
Okay.
Brown sirloin and shrimp and broccoli, cauliflower, and a half a potato if you want it. Leave me the other potato. Thank you. All right, Sarah. Awesome. Sarah filled up this time and I needed to make dinner. Yep, thank you. It's kind of a nice, relaxing, offset of my pace because I'm constantly like throwing information at everybody.
Talking.
And I like the fact that you have time to help people rest. And no, I mean, you're resting your voice too. That's good. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be a tough situation with Russia and China fighting in the U.S. and Venezuela for position. It's hard to believe that we would start a conventional war down in Venezuela, but the possibility is very real. And if Donald wanted to use this as an excuse to build the fence, he probably could. Starting a war in Venezuela is, throw our troops at some ridiculous, unnecessary thing like attacking Venezuela. That's something Donald could do.
Here in Venezuela, and that's really the only way to get news here on television. You really get the sense that this is a nation on a war footing. You see disputed President Nicolas Maduro meeting with the troops, meeting with generals, sometimes even training with the troops running in the field. He has warned his people that this country could be invaded by the U.S., and he has warned Americans not to get sucked into another Vietnam. He is clearly facing the toughest challenge of his 7 years in power here. He faces a charismatic opposition leader who's already been recognized by the U.S. and by much of South America. Juan Guaido is calling for demonstrations today from noon to 2, a walkout. It's going to be really interesting to see how many people turn out and further demonstrations this weekend. The government is trying to squeeze him. They've frozen Guaido's bank account. They're not allowing him to leave the country, but there's been a stern warning from U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton. He says that any harm that comes to Guaido will be met with serious consequences. Bill, back to you.
On the ground there, Steve Harrigan. Thanks, live in Caracas.
Consequences. Bill, back to you. Guaido will be met with serious.
Now, Juan Guaido is a very good-looking young man, and he seems like a viable person to lead their country into the future. And he's very well handpicked by our government and the CIA, I'm sure. Yeah. He seems like every other puppet that they stick in there. Why is it that we can't work with the Maduro government? Why is Donald Trump is cutting off ties with them with oil when we need a backup oil supply, especially with Saudi Arabia and Prince Mohammed bin Salman colluding with Russia now, or at least meeting with them? How are we going to bolster our national security when Donald Trump turns off a tap of oil from Venezuela? Why would we be bucking their administration? Because they want to install somebody that will do what we tell them to do. That's a problem with our policies. Now, if Donald Trump wants to do the unthinkable and start a war in Venezuela just to justify building a fence down in the south of the border because Pelosi's such an idiot that she has no idea whether we need a fence or not, and the Democrats are so weak that they would put somebody so weak like Nancy Pelosi in the position of Speaker of the House. The woman needs to retire, just like Dianne Feinstein. You Democrats should be ashamed of yourself, parading these old women around as though they're the beacons of truth for our country. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And Hillary Clinton's thinking of running too. Anyway, this puppet guy that they're sticking in there is going to probably be some sort of a U.S. sympathetic U.S. player, easy on the CIA. Yeah, your brother would have raised the crime rate if he had been born. Your mom made a good point. That's why she went ahead and aborted him. It's true. I said it, and it's true. It's a fact. Not because I said it, because we've had 45% reductions in crime because people had abortions. It's huge. I mean, that's huge. Our country would be in a state of absolute martial law right now if people hadn't aborted babies they didn't want. I just didn't want to be aborting babies that were, second and third trimester that probably suffered a great deal I can only imagine the suffering that those children suffered as a result of having their brains snapped with some forceps, and their eye bulbs pulp out when the forceps go in them, and it's insane. We're killing babies, and that's got to go back to the first trimester. Another brother's in the show from another area of the world. He's in the Asian continent early in the morning, I guess. He's out there. He's decided to cam up. So putting a puppet in position, he's going to cam up and smoke up. Ding, 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 ding. Smoking a bowl with Dave. So, that's pretty good, man. You just go online to get high. He's not allowed to smoke weed in Taiwan, yeah. People have kids without being able to carry another life, thus creating abortions or single parents, yeah. I'm bewildered. No, I'm confident that having children in a world that's turning into an icebox, or worse, a polluted icebox, isn't exactly doing my job here on Earth. My job wasn't just to replicate and have some child as a result of being born. It may be your job, but it's not my job. My job is to fix the world so that your children will live in a better world. Otherwise, I'm not doing my job. That's how I feel about it. And I'd love to have children when I'm 80 or 90, because I plan on living to be 200 years old. So I don't know how that's going to work out, but that's my goal. At least 200 with modern medicine. Wasteful Wednesday. Last week we discovered the waste of the government, the military budget. The average salary is $130,000. Are you getting $130,000 and you're in the military? I mean, that's crazy. Why would anyone possibly sit back and ignore that? I mean, our country's spending tons of money on the military, $709 billion. Yet Donald Trump can't get 5.7 for his wall. Isn't that interesting? So I would hope that he would use military funding for this wall, because it is essential we build the wall. But seriously, our budget is over the top. Nope, you're not allowed to promote Kamala Harris ahead of me. Sorry. I'm going to clear chat, I guess. I missed what you said about the U.S. military. Could you retype that? Thank you. Don't promote any candidates here. Thank you. Except, of course, me. The U.S. military is the one thing the U.S. does best, but we're paying too much for it. I mean, we're not getting what we want. The F-35 was down this year. F-22s were down last year. 100 F-22s were down just for overhauls. I mean, we're looking at fatigue, them flying in circles around my house, literally paying $10,000 per plane per day to fly over my house and cause hearing damage to my ears and all the people around me. We are paying for an infrastructure that's getting old, flying around in circles. That's how stupid Donald Trump is with the military budget. So yeah, we could definitely trim that considerably. Wonder if Dave knows what. Okay, I'll take a look. Yeah, we're not taking Facebook stuff right here. No, Putin has instructed Mark not to allow Dave to speak on Venezuela. So is the video down? Could you just type video down when it happens? Thanks. Okay, let me restart. Apparently they don't like my conversation. Yeah, they are unaware of the fact we are recording this, by the way, for upload. Okay, I'm going to go back on. Try now. Thank you. Try now. Okay, great. Mark didn't want us to talk about Venezuela. Very good point. The F-35 may rule the skies in your mind, but it failed the F-16, beat it in 2 stress tests. I like the F-22 Raptor. We have 187 of them, or at least we did up until the recent flooding in Florida. But 187 F-22 Raptors is adequate for our defenses, no question about it. But we need something leaner and meaner and cheaper. So I'm proposing disposable drone missiles. Yeah. The future of a modern technology force will be based on its ability to replicate and produce missiles capable of defending its exterior boundaries. So disposable drone missiles will be the thing of the future in my mind. I know that sounds hard to believe, but we're wasting tons of money on heavy metal and machinery when we've got carbon fiber and plastics and amazing stuff. Disposable drone missiles, right. Any questions? Well, we have a disposable planet, the way we're treating it, but these disposable drone missiles will be biodegradable. Let me put that on there for all of you Democrats who are really concerned about the environment but really don't give a shit about it. I know you pretend to care, but you really don't. Biodegradable, yes. Disposable, biodegradable drone missiles. Now we're talking. Fertilize the land with disposable drone missiles, biodegradable. No, not really. Kind of like paper planes, yeah, but kick-ass paper planes. That's the future, and minimizing the amount of waste we're spending on military hardware. And you realize we have an entire field of jets, many fields actually, of all these retired jets that we're not even using? Biodegradable missile, exactly. Let's just go with biodegradable missile, the BDM. There you go. See, we're molding our chat around you. We are a flexible and organic chat room. Let's forget the disposal. Let's just say biodegradable drone missiles. Right. Introducing biodegradable drone missiles. The future fighting force for America. We just want to be able to defend ourselves with a rapid amount of capabilities. So it fits right into the drone missile defense system that I'm suggesting we use instead of building more huge jets that could just, we've got great jets, don't get me wrong. We won't get rid of any of our jets. We want to make good use of their fuselage though. So I came up with a concept where we could cut back the cost of fuel flying around the world by 85%. And we were able to create this by dealing with the most important thing that a plane gets up in the air is getting up in the air is where it uses fuel. So, I have the blimp plane, which is a kind of a concept where we use the fuselage that's sitting around in fields and pack it onto the outside exoskeleton of a carbon fiber dirigible wrapped with Kevlar, and very, very friction free. We also have the ability of giving you a parachute system that will actually propel it, keep it up in the air, or keep it from falling too fast in the event of a disaster. So these are ideas that would be revolutionary: biodegradable drone missiles and the blimp pack. So all these concepts could veritably be a brand new way in which our country could compete internationally and kick the butt of every single other nation's attempt to break through our barriers. We'll have these fully tested against our own weapons. We will fly jets or missiles into the biodegradable drone missile system. But the unique thing is the biodegradable drone missile system will not in any way touch a blimp pack. So if our enemies get blimp packs, we may have a little problem there. We don't want this hitting the biodegradable drone missile. I don't think we need pilots right now. In fact, you can't even sit in an F-35 without having your head locked in position like this. Here's the outside fuselage of the F-35, and here's your head. So, the complaints are that it's very little headroom, so let's just go ahead and put an auto navigation system into the F-35 and make it like a drone bomber. Let's not get rid of any of our infrastructure. No plane shall be destroyed. I was offered a flight in an F-16 at one point. Yeah, I was a news director in the Seattle area, and they offered me a flight there. Yeah. Here. I just refused. And some other guy said, man, you're an idiot for not taking a ride on that. You could have flew in an F-16. I'm going, why would I want my brain, my beautiful brain, sent to the back of my head? What's the point? I see how these people are around here. They're so stupid, they're probably living on hot dogs and Diet Coke. And they're the ones flying these jets out here. They're all jacked up on something, I can tell you that. What they do is so stressful. I wouldn't want to be near that. Of course I turned it down. My God, are you kidding me? The ear damage alone would be 5 to 10% more than I already get just being under these things. We are getting DDoSed, yes. Tell me if the video goes out at any time. Video out? I think Trump will steal all my ideas. In the process, he'll be making me a very happy guy because he'll be doing everything I wanted him to do in advance of me doing it. So far, I used to think that stealing my ideas was a bad, move by Trump, and I think, they claimed that it wasn't going to, in any way, I couldn't prosecute them. But there are intellectual property violations being committed, and I'm more than willing to prosecute if the day comes to do that. But in the meantime, when you think about it, these ideas are for America. So what do I care if he steals my ideas? I really don't care. Yeah, now Mark came in here and bragged about his excellent HTML5 program, how well it was running, and now it doesn't even work. Mark, if you're still watching, you're screwing up our signal right now. Yeah, it's kind of a bizarre situation where we have Mark arrive in our show, deny that anybody's sending him money. And I don't normally talk about this, but we had a couple people today who attest to this. One person from iVlog said, Dave, hello, David, my name is Montego Montoya. Yeah. And Psychobehavior said, but he said, my name is Montego Montoya. I was paid 5,000 pesos, which is about $261. And I was paid 5,000 pesos to sabotage the show by Mr. Vaughn, but I love America too much to do. Now, Mark says this is not real. This is a fake. And this guy says, Viva el Tres Partido. Psychobehavior says, David, I just sent back an I am refusing the 1,000 nightly offer for spying. I was like, wow. We got people coming out of the woodwork claiming this stuff. We cannot substantiate it. Yeah. Now, pushing for censorship in a country that claims to have free and open, unfettered access to the media is ridiculous. Montego Montoya is a character from Princess Bride, really? So you think it's a fake name? Wow, that is rich. All right, so going to that location and pulling up the Princess Bride, this is just a fake, it's a fake name, yeah. Jump to in the Princess Bride, Vicente de Inigo, the Turk named Fezzik, hired by an unknown man to kidnap, kill the Princess Bride Buttercup. Okay, you're right. Yep. It's from a 1973 model in William Goldman's novel, The Princess Bride. Yeah, now I don't believe it. Now I'm believing Mark now, frozen completely, really. Okay, we're going to go off again and on again. I just want to test to see if Mark was really putting the screws on our show. Now I'm going to go back on. You can refresh again. I'm featured. Hey, thank you, Jackson. Hey, how is the cold weather, Jackson? How are you handling it? You must be incredibly bundled up. Well, yeah, thanks, Mark. We heard you say there's no coin hive over at Vaughn already. It's nuts. Jackson says it's effing nuts, Dave. Wow. Okay. Okay, so now you want to talk about Tony Montana instead of Inigo Montoya? Okay. Well, I don't know what you're after, buddy, but we went with Montego Montoya, not Inigo Montoya. I think this guy was legit, Montego Montoya. All right, now getting savings of energy to go from LA to New York with this unit, this blimp plane, would be amazing. We'd be able to do this from LA to New York at about $100 to go from LA to New York. The problem is it will take 10 hours because it won't be going faster than $300. 300 miles per hour, sorry. We have a vape lounge concept where you would have the ability to go in the back and engage in some really vibrant conversation while listening to really cool alternative music and be able to vape in the vape lounge. The recirculators in the vape lounge would be going off in the back, pulling the air and evacuating it. So nobody in the plane would be breathing THC, for instance. It would be just people in the back of the plane. So, well, whatever you want. You can vape nicotine or THC, whatever you want. But it's all going to be filtered and thrown out. The vape lounge will be expurged from the plane. So we'll be getting the air pretty high as we go along. The main area of the cabin, this section, will be retrofitted with sleepers and chairs that you can lay down and sleep in for $100, and cubicle sleepers, where, like in Japan, you could have a little place to sleep, close the door, and have a TV set. But the back will be the vape lounge back here. And this area will be like a bar and possibly, you know, put some windows, some viewing windows designed to just look out and see the tail end of the plane flying along at 300 miles an hour with virtually no jet fuel flying in your face. What a concept. A pod hotel, thank you. I'm getting words here about these pod hotels. But that's the concept, and the vape lounge is the big catch because many of you, it'll be like 10 hours to go from LA to New York. But many of you who want to meet people are having a hard time meeting people. But when you're on a plane for 10 hours, you're forced to meet people. You can't help but meet people. So it's a way of bypassing this terrible social bridge we've got in our society. And a lot of you incels are unable to have their first experience. Maybe it could be in one of those sleeper pods on board. You might be with that beautiful person that you're finding very attractive. Yeah, you could have two people in one pod. I don't see any reason why not. So, juice bar, coffee lounge, a light alcohol, strictly beer and wine, no hard liquor. You can't stop freezing? Oh my God, Shadow, you're in the cold. Man, Jackson's in the cold. Fly at night so you can sleep, yeah. There will be an onboard wig store for people that want to have hair even though they're bald from radiation expurged from Fukushima. So we'll keep that in mind. Say you have a moment where you want to look younger, we'll give you a wig. So you can pretend to have a wig and have real hair in the vape lounge. Yeah, we'll have standard wigs available for public use. Yeah, what are you going to do when you start bleeding out of your orifices from all the radiation? What are you going to do then? You can't exactly wear a wig over your bleeding orifice. All right. Oh, you don't know you have radiation poisoning? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have a weave. This is my real hair. You can't do that with a wig. You can't pull on it. I'm like anchored, man. This is Wig Wednesday, though. I do have a couple of wigs. I don't usually wear them when I have great hair, though. Well, I just think we need to do something fun, you know? I like what I'm seeing right now. Biodegradable drone missiles and vape lounges. Where are you to find that on the internet? Think about it. Anyway, the concept of vape lounge is air is filtered in there and it's expurged. Now, the air in the main cabin will also be filtered, but it will be drawing from the front of the plane. So you won't be breathing all that THC from the back of the plane. And there won't be a way to like flip switches and automatically start sending the vape lounge in the front and everyone going, oh, dude, I'm like so high. Oh, that's not going to happen. Nope, this is my real hair, you know. You can't do that with fake wigs. You can't pull on them. Thank you. I'm so sexy. I know. You keep saying that. Why don't you find a real boyfriend? I know. Many of you are concerned. This is real hair. Now, I have a couple wigs which I show because this is Wig Wednesday, but I'm not going to put them on, man. There's no need. Not when I've got the right lift and molding and feathering of my hair that seems to meet all of your recommended. Just last night you were saying Nagasaki and Hiroshima bombs were possibly fake. Well, yeah. Believe it or not, Fukushima has real radiation bleeding into the ocean. But Nagasaki and Hiroshima may have been faked air fuel bombs. Both of those ideas can coexist in a sentence and not contradict each other. Are you that dense that you don't understand that? All right. Yeah, we were talking about Nagasaki and Hiroshima not having any long-term residual radiation effects. And people were wondering, why is that? Because maybe they weren't bombed. Maybe they were dirty bombs. Yeah. We can't rule that out. Americans military can rule it out because they're on strict orders to deny anything other than nuclear weaponry. But I can tell you that the possibility that there are, in fact, lots of dirty bombs out there could pose a risk to the idea of mutual assured destruction. I was trying to figure out why the New World Order, or the Council on Foreign Relations, the arm of the New World Order, why they were trying to push for more and more wars. I couldn't understand why they would do that in a time of mutual assured destruction, when clearly Russia and the US and China have military weapons of nuclear weapons that could easily destroy the world. And I realize now that maybe the people who are trying to orchestrate the New World Order actually think they own China, and they own Russia, and they own the US in some capacity. What is unwatchable? The video? Well, Mark is really hitting this hard because I'm hitting on some tough issues. Is there a reason why you people can't migrate over to Periscope? I'm trying to figure that out because you could keep your chat, pop-out chat can stay, and you could just go there. I don't get that. I mean, click on the Periscope link, open your Twitter account, I'm sure you have one, and just go there. The chat format is brutal, but we got 5 new messages. Sarah's, hello, we're having 50-degree weather, minus 50-degree weather. DJ Sam is on. I can't believe the weather you people are facing. It's crazy. Okay, DJ Sam, take care, man. We just talked to him over Periscope. I had no idea. Johnny, we don't talk about Amanda T as a potential person on the internet like that. So maybe you could go elsewhere with that. Yeah, we like to think of Amanda T in the old days when T. Rucker pretended to be alive. Now he's pretending to be dead. I know. It is a brutal place over there, but you guys can keep pop-out chat open and you just click on the Periscope link if you want video. If Mark is going to censor the video, what did you give me? Okay, let's take a look. You gave me a beef and cheddar. Oh, thank you. That's nice of you. Hands me a beef and cheddar. Well, go for it, guys. You know, it's going to be tough with a lot of the cold weather tonight. What I recommend is going like this. Rubbing your body. Do some cuddling. This is a time to, even with your clothes on, cuddle with your family. Do some stay warm, get under the blankets, all of you. No, I'm serious. I'm not kidding. The people are facing minus 50 degrees. Do you realize that that's like beyond freezer time? I heard Battle Cam was coming back, yeah. Are they going to have more bum fights and victimize more bums out there to get good quality video? I use triple blankets when I sleep. We recently got a new comforter, and under that I have triple layers of liners. I layer it. Global climate change is real, but you've got to understand chemtrails are the reason why we're facing this. All right, so the Vape Lounge will have in it the ability to purchase marijuana as well. You'll be able to purchase marijuana in the Vape Lounge. This is something we're not going to hesitate to offer you some of the best weed on earth. That's for sure. And I think we're done with that. And now we can talk about marijuana. And we'll stop the biodegradable drone missiles discussion. That's over with. Okay, here we are in Hollyweed, California. This will warm you up. Just looking at this, you guys in the Midwest are going, man, I wish I was in Hollywood. Now, it doesn't cost a lot around here, Howie. Where you are, it does. Weed costs next to nothing around here. It's unbelievably cheap. I am not officially supporting LGBTQ+, but I'm not going to discriminate against lesbian, gays, bi, trannies that like to hang out here. I'm a very open, liberal guy. I don't have a problem with you being gay, tranny, whatever you are. I'm not going to give you special privileges. We're not going to go above and beyond to give you special custom bathrooms with hanging dildos. It's not going to happen. I know that's what you want. All right, well, at least we got a public forum going here, which is more than I can say for our country. You know, they're a little out to lunch there when it comes to communicating in Congress. Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer's idea of a good time is to probably go to Starbucks and bitch and complain that Howard Schultz is entering the race. I can just hear her, I can't believe it. I don't even want to buy any coffee here, Charles. And then Charles has his wife, Iris, come to the gathering. Can you just imagine partying with Charles, Schumer, and Iris all at the same time, and having, Nancy Pelosi sitting there bobbling her head around? What a fun experience that must be. We don't know about Iris, whether she's a tranny or not, but she certainly looks like one. No offense, but yeah. Charles Schumer's wife, I don't think is a transsexual. I think she's a unique looking woman, but she's a very handsome looking woman. Let's just say that. There she is. And I was commenting the other day how much she looks like me. And I was wondering, wow, I mean, I could pass for a body double of Charles Schumer's wife. Yeah, hi, Iris. Yeah, you're a very handsome looking woman. I'm thinking Billie Jean King. You like handsome? That's a good word. It's a nice way to say she looks like a dude. Yeah. It's a dude, really? Wow. Well, Iris would want anyone to think that. I don't think Charles wants to think that he's in the closet with his tranny wife. I mean, seriously. No, I think she's a woman. I really do. And I can't say otherwise. I can only guess. Oh, by the way, Hush is permanent, by the way. I found that out. I don't wear contact lenses. I have a 20/25 vision. It's above and beyond your capabilities. I can zoom too. I'm able to zoom. I presume you can zoom too. I try to zoom whenever I can. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Do 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 do. Whoa. Do 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 do. You like the close-up look better? I have excellent vision, yeah. Well, I have to be super good with vision to be a sharpshooter. You can't be a sharpshooter and have bad eyes. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. If you have cataracts, you got to get cataract surgery in order to keep your competitive sharpshooting capability. Well, maybe women are exhibiting, manly features. I don't know. If Charles Schumer is married to a woman, then that's great. But I just don't know. I mean, when you look at it, you go, I don't, attractive. I mean, I'm not going to say Vika's here, really? I didn't know Vika was here. I'm not saying she isn't attractive. I mean, come on. You look great. Charles, I finished your dinner. I ate it all myself. Honey, I'm in my nightie. Charles, I'm ready for you. Come and get it. This is your last chance. All right, whatever. I don't want to pick on Charles Schumer's wife. That would be really lowbrow. I'd rather talk about Kamala Harris's a delusion that we're going to somehow finance Medicare for all, when it's going to cost every single tax-paying working adult a crap load more in their taxes. And Ocasio-Cortez is on record not even being able to answer where she's going to get the 40 trillion she wants to finance, 70 trillion she wants to finance. No, it doesn't. You don't mind 521? That's a very disturbing statement. David seems to be into that. I just kicked the wrong person. I'm sorry. Guest 87, you were a good viewer. Come in as a different guest. Yeah, I just kicked the wrong guy. right, moving on. We got Times Square, EarthCam. Let's take a look. That was coming up completely out of it. Here we go. And there's a measles outbreak, putting a bill together to stop it. People think that you die from measles. You don't. You die from pneumonia or neuroencephalitis that comes after measles. You die from bad care. Okay, measles outbreak prompts introduction of a bill that would ban personal exemptions to vaccines. Wow. This is a Reddit discussion. Why is it that we aren't hearing more from the anti-vaxxers whose children got sick? Shouldn't they be changing their minds and warning other? They are. The media stifles them. And this person says most don't because it's easier to blame something else for their kids sick, dying. Typical mindless answer. Well, the fact is most people who are suffering from as victims of vaccinations can't even talk. Most of them are like retarded. I'm serious. You have more to fear from bad vaccinations than measles. Really. Neuroencephalitis, incidence of neuroencephalitis is 1 out of 20 victims are related to neuroencephalitis who suffer from measles. They die from that. But vaccines have a much higher ratio of hurting people and causing neuroencephalitis and making them brain dead. They become retarded. One woman just collected $109 million from a vaccine company in a lawsuit because her daughter was perfectly normal. She had pictures of her going, "Mommy, Daddy." And then right after the vaccine, for the MMR vaccine, she contracted a tainted MMR vaccine with neuroencephalitis. The girl can't say anything. She's hooked up to a tube and she's drooling. She'll never speak again. And the poor mother has to spend $109 million to take care of her the rest of her life. No, you suffered from vaccine contamination as a child. That's what turned you into a troll. Your mother probably heavily vaccinated and you dropped your IQ point about 30 or 40 points. And now you're like, okay. Yeah, measles doesn't kill people. It's pneumonia that kills people as a result of bad care. Rarely do people die from good care when they have the measles. All right. Inside a home DMT lab run by a chemistry teacher. That's wild. Okay, I know you would like visiting Charles and his wife Iris, but I would rather not. Let's talk about this chemical lab he's got in the back of his. Boy, you people in the West, in Midwest, I don't know how you're doing it. You had rain for all of a week and going to get rain again in Utah, or in Montana. Ivan the Terrible is saying, "Wow." In your city, rain, endless rain, huh? Oh yeah, meningitis is another one they recommend for people living in a college dorm, right? No, you didn't. You didn't create anything. If you claim you're creating an infectious airborne vaccine for people, yeah, you're out of here, buddy. That's a threat. They do make vaccines that are airborne. A few years ago, they tested them out on the American people. Worked so well that they pulled them off the shelves. They did. They had airborne vaccines about 5 years ago. They tested them. They were great. People loved them. So the government realized, well, why would we want to give them the vaccine that way? Why don't we just spray people with them? You know, so just a daily spray of chemicals dumped on your head. It's a lot better. That this way they can vaccinate you. Isn't that wonderful that they do that for you? You don't even have. They don't even charge you to dump chemicals in your head and vaccinate you. You know, some people think that that there is a dangerous vaccine out there the government created that actually alters the VMAT2 gene. And you're going, well, what is the VMAT2 gene? Well, the VMAT2 gene is a, thanks, Scissor Fight, I got that. I'll play that in just a second. The VMAT2 gene is a thing that makes people kind of extremist. They've identified it in laboratories experiments over the past 30 years, and the lab rats have the same VMAT2 gene that humans have. And by spraying a vaccine in the air, they're able to neutralize the VMAT2 gene, which is the origin of our angry feelings, hostility. So in a way, if they are willing to vaccinate us through the air, they might want to just, what they're probably doing is just dropping this in the air, and then it's slowly turning our brain into mush. We're like, huh? You notice you're less prone to violence now? Have you noticed that in your life? Has anybody noticed that? Press 1. Okay, Dave, I'll press 1. It's not anger management. It's you're less prone to violence because you're probably receiving that vaccine aerially. Okay, here we've got Trump actually doing his job, folks. He's got a big, huge job ahead, and here he is signing a bill with a big crayon. Look at that. That's a big bill you're signing there. Oh, yeah. Good job. Yes, he likes his crayons. They're working great for him, too. Next week, he'll be working with finger paints. He's mastered his 4th grade reading level, though, I think. Don't you think? He's doing very well. Okay, here's the inside of home of a DMT lab run by a chemistry teacher. Let's take a look.
DMT, this is how I see it. How many people in the country, deep down, are unsatisfied with their life on some level, but never really start questioning?
Okay, so this is an illegal operation. Vice is filming an illegal operation. Vice does some pretty intense stuff on the internet, so we can't play that, otherwise they'll monetize it right now, but I'll play it later tonight in the show. Thank you for that link. Excellent. I can't stand the fact that some of you people are using DMT or ecstasy, derivatives of DMT and acid. You're doing LSD, ecstasy, all these things. This is really, really bad for you. And not only I feel that way, but also the green spaceship that's floating over your head is telling you that too. Yeah, you're probably hallucinating, and the whole thing is our country's becoming more and more out of it. Yeah, it's bad because it'll destroy your mind and affect the way you live, and it'll alter the course of your life. I have word that Joe Rogan talks about these drugs as though they're fun. Now, as you know, Joe Rogan is the guy on the YouTube that's a YouTube star because he doesn't come up with controversial subjects like we do, and he's not trying to form a third party like I am. He gets promoted, I get censored. But Joe Rogan is promoting the idea of kids liking this stuff. It's cool, man, and actually making it seem like they want to do it. Not good. Bad message. And that raises the question, why would Joe Rogan do that? Well, he works for the same company that Alex Jones works for, Sacred Cow Productions. Kevin Booth was a friend of Alex Jones and a friend of Bill Hicks. It turns out Bill Hicks and Alex Jones look alike. The whole thing is ugly. The whole thing is like the CIA trying to control opposition, create shills that are pretending to be, out there and coming up with opposition ideas, but they're not going to do anything. Not like we want to. So these people get promoted, we get censored. But they're setting a message and a tone for all kids to take drugs, whereas I'm talking about legalization of marijuana. I'm talking about cannabis, which is not addictive. Not physically addictive like other drugs. And it doesn't affect your mind like acid or DMT or MDM or any of those hard drugs that are out there. And there's a new thing where they're creating fentanyl. You're addicted, I bet you are. They're creating fentanyl that is actually causing people to die. They're ODing so quickly on it. Alex Jones is Bill Hicks, yes. Let me show you a picture that obviously you didn't really pick up on. Not only has Alex Jones Bill Hicks, but he's admitted it publicly. He's even testified in front of a court for his custody hearing with his wife. He said he was a performance actor playing the role of Alex Jones. Yeah. And here's Alex Jones before the new guy came into play. And I play this a lot here.
It is important to note that at this time, in 1997, Jones would have only been 23 years old.
All right. Now, there's a big age difference here between Bill Hicks and Alex Jones. That's why Alex Jones always appears a lot older than what he should be. But the guy on the left was, this is the real Alex Jones. He was, in fact, a man standing 5'9", and Bill Hicks stands 6'1". Now, even today, when you stand next to Alex Jones, which is Bill Hicks playing Alex Jones, he'll be 6 feet tall. He won't be 5'9". That's the actual height of this guy. I'm 6'4", so I tower above people normally. But you know, it's interesting to note you can't gain 3 or 4 inches in height. It doesn't work that. You get about 1.5 inches if you put that plastic in your kneecaps. It's terrible surgery. You don't want to do it. Okay, I wouldn't know because I haven't done it, but okay, you think I'm actually Alex Jones. I'm beginning to think that you do. I knew it, yeah. I am not Alex Jones, even though I look like him. I know. It's hard to say, but I would have had to have major vertebral implants in order to look, taller. But Alex Jones does not look like he used to. And that alone makes you wonder, why are they lying to you? Why is Alex Jones now a conspiracy theorist who takes every subject and acts like it's all wacky? Whereas before, in the old days, Alex Jones was just trying to expose the New World Order. But now he sounds like a whack job. Now back in Austin, Texas, when Alex Jones was first starting out, he was trying to challenge the oligarchs and how they're taking over the country. Now he sounds like a whack job. So, it's more than likely they just installed this guy. Whatever happened to the real Alex Jones, no one will even ever know. I mean, seriously. It's going to be pretty obvious that the real Alex Jones is long gone. Long gone. All right, back to you in the studio. You want to talk about marijuana and how beneficial it is? Because that's kind of an important Wasteful Wednesday discussion. Well, Rumpelstiltskin, you don't realize that you've been played by Alex Jones. No, that was not Alex Jones in his radio career, Gardy Lowe. You're out of your mind. I look more like Alex Jones than this guy, Bill Hicks. Somebody said, hey, Dave, do you think this... Thank you, Scissor Fight. Do you think this guy hangs out with shiny puffy coat? I'm going to say positively no. No, he comes from a larger puffy coat hood. Big difference between location where he's hanging out. That is one big puffy coat. Man, that's talking major puffy coat. He'd be very jealous of that puffy coat. Do you trust this computer.org? Oh, I want to go in there and a spellbinding documentary.
I use computers literally for everything. Oh my God, I trust my computer so much.
Wow. Okay. Trust is a very special thing. Trust is a very special thing. I don't know. Elon Musk, it was just revealed that he spent over $700,000 on his private jet last year. Now, that's not a guy who's trying to cut his costs and trying to keep his company running lean when he's running a veritable sweat farm out there in Nevada, creating batteries. And he's got these guys that are kind of thugs pretending to, kind of push people around. That's what I've heard. And that nobody is allowed to form any type of a union. And now they found out that Elon Musk spent $750,000 on his flights. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't like it. It looks a little too out there. Yeah, it's kind of fun though. Kind of wow. Kind of now. Kind of Charlie. Kind of wow. Kind of now. You don't remember that. Only the old people in the room do. Okay, Howie did it. What do you got? Man jailed over a marijuana cookie died after seizure in prison. Yeah, that's not exactly something we can talk about here. You can't say he died of a marijuana overdose, Howie. Nope. Sorry. When you're put in prison after eating a marijuana cookie and you end up dying in prison, it's 45 minutes of torturous man laying and having a mental problem. Yeah. He's just kind of freaking out. He had a seizure. You have to isolate it from the possibility that maybe they mistreated him. He didn't even eat the cookie. Yeah, there you go. Here's a 2010 video showing Kamala Harris boasting about prosecuting parents, including homeless moms with 2 jobs, whose kids miss classes. Check this out. Kamala Harris, the reigning socialist in the Democratic Party, along with Bernie Sanders, she's coming up with some wacky ideas, like getting rid of all private health care insurers.
Senator Kamala Harris still backing Medicare for all, according to a source in her campaign. She's now denying a report, the person in the campaign rather, that the senator was open to softening her position on eliminating private insurance. Would affect, by the way, about 160 million Americans if that policy were ever enacted. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn with me now. Senator, good morning to you.
Good morning.
What's the Republican reaction on that? Because you know it will be a campaign issue on the left.
I'm telling you, just don't do it. That should be the reaction because it's too expensive to afford. $32.6 trillion over a decade.
Wow. Yeah. $32.6 trillion to give everybody Medicare for all over a decade. We can't even get near that. Our budget is so tight, we're in debt every year. These Democrats are absolutely off the rocker. I support Marsha Blackburn's assessment of Senator Kamala Harris, and I'm not a Republican. I just don't believe we should destabilize an entire private healthcare system. I'm the guy who supports the public option, folks. I don't believe that we should in any way shoulder health care on the backs of working adults to pay for non-working adults. And that's what the trumped up single payer plan is. That's what they're calling the Medicare for all now. They retitled it. It's not going to be helpful for your tax dollars because they haven't trimmed the cost of health care. They continue to let it roll out of control everywhere. And every doctor and nurse out there is suspiciously making too much money, in my opinion. My local hospital charged a tax levy in my area to finance their building. Check this out. They put a levy together, a $50 million levy to build another wing on the hospital to build 100 beds when they just got rid of 100 beds 10 years earlier. They literally turned them into meeting areas inside the building, completely wasting space. Then they opened up the second building for $50 million. It turns out it cost $72 million. They had to go over budget, and they had to take out a $22 million loan on top of the $50 million bond issue. We're never going to benefit from it. None of the taxpayers are going to get lower rates. We're all going to pay $5,000 a day to stay in a hospital. It's crazy. We're talking about corruption at the highest level in our hospitals, sucking us dry. They will take all of your money and flush it down the toilet into some room stay because you got sick. That to me is an atrocity. It's got to be the biggest crime in America. White-collar crime is hospitals at this point. So the Democrats won't answer to this problem. The Republicans won't answer because all these people are on the take. They get reelected with money from the SEIU. They helped Barack Obama become president. SEIU, employees, State Service Employees Union, they actually got these people elected. They keep funding this. It's a cycle. Keep sucking money into our entire country. Yes, we are in the matrix, and there's no way out. All right. Yeah, well, Howie, you could go to Juarez right now and get a really good set of implants done for half of that. Yeah, you're not going to get implants for our public option, won't give you implants. If you want implants for $1,000, you got to find a provider that'll do that. Right now, the current rate is $2,000. But if you go to Juarez, you'll get implants for under $1,000. I guarantee it. Wow. People have definitely come out of the woodwork. Okay, we got an 8-minute video called Las Vegas Shooting, FBI Closes Case Without Discovering a Motive. Huh. You know, we've accused the FBI of not doing their job and all these cases being uninvestigated over the years. And the Republicans just unearthed the cover-up of Hillary Clinton's emails by Strzok. He culled the emails down to 3,500 emails, which we never got any Benghazi emails because he pulled them. He kept them out of the loop. And there's no investigation going on. But now this story talks at Breitbart talks about the Vegas shooting being closed.
Morning. Got this off of Breitbart. Las Vegas shooting, FBI closes case without discovering motive. Well, of course you didn't discover a motive because it's a complete sham. On January 29th, the FBI ended their investigation into the October 1st, 2017 Las Vegas shooting without finding a motive. Okay, enough of that. What I want to share with you is a little tiny gift of a video that I made archived, and it's a big no-no in the YouTube narrative agenda scheme because it totally destroys the Vegas shooting. Good. And with all that, I'll press play. Please watch it all. You'll really get a kick if you're on the side of me.
The side of me. Okay, well, we'll be watching that tonight, too, at the top of the 10 o'clock hour. Okay, here's our beautiful solar system. That'll be my backdrop for a while. It's amazing how small we are. My father used to say, you know, we're just specks of dust in the universe. Mankind thinks they're so special. You know, and now there are people that believe that we're all in the Matrix, you know. I don't believe that. I tend to believe that we are a little bit too egotistic about our existence here on Earth, and as human beings we have taken for granted. But we've allowed corruption to last so long that these people have embedded and entrenched their power structure, created a system of printing money, fractional reserve banking system in America, where they can consolidate their income for well into the future. And then we let them take charge of our entire government. And now they spray us in the skies. They put chemicals in the skies to make us stupid. Now, they probably are using industrial waste. That's how they're distributing it. But for us to ignore this, for the Democrats, Republicans to ignore this constant spraying in the skies above us, is a tragedy beyond words. The fact that they're still entrenched in power and we can't even get a word in edgewise publicly makes me think that this conspiracy to stop the American people from forming a political movement is deep, and they're powerful. Don't ever underestimate how evil these people are either. They really don't care about us, like Michael Jackson said in that song. Okay, according to John Podesta, he's now speaking for Hillary. Hillary Clinton isn't running for president. John Podesta. Her former campaign manager, John Podesta, has denied recent reports that she's mulling over yet another presidential run in 2020. Huh. Look, first of all, I love her. He says, I wish she was president and she got 3 million more votes than Donald Trump did, but she would have been a great president. But she says she's not running for president. Podesta said that he takes her at her word. Okay. This is from a guy who allegedly had a fist fight with her after the election. And somehow she ended up looking pretty worn for the wear. I would choose a robot over a baboon. They're more predictable. Thank you for asking. But Hillary Clinton was, yeah, she had some issues. Yeah, I wish I could pull up that picture of her. There's so many great pictures with Hillary. That doesn't look like Hillary to me. I think there may be 3 Hillarys involved. This looks like one of the... This is when she was getting into an outfit for... No, I don't believe that's her. That's a paste up. That's total Photoshop. She's got a much better body than that. Yeah, but I don't think that John Podesta is really the final word. I would let Hillary decide whether she wants to run again. Yeah. After all, this is what she looked like after she met John Podesta the night after the election. I don't consider that a person that you would rely on, Hillary, for your advice about whether you should run again. A man that you encountered that, yeah, I don't know if they got into, but that's what I heard. Okay, I don't know what she looks like, nor do I care. Let's consult the infinite universe. You guys are freezing. I know you don't want to talk about it, but we got to do something about this weather change thing, this global climate change. And I'm gonna go out on a limb here and just for starters.
Oh, hi everyone.
Hi. Just for starters, I'm going to go on a limb here and just say maybe if we stop them from spraying in the sky, we might be able to protect our nation and our globe from weather change, you think? Maybe we could get them to stop this endless pollution that they spew in the sky under dark projects like the Evergreen Air's weather modification program. They're not telling people what they're spraying either. We have to figure it out after the fact. But I'm sure what they're doing here is affecting the way the Earth is reacting, and the polar vortex is no doubt a result of this bizarre behavior, which is still unanswered by our president and our Congress. So don't think for a second that Donald Trump is trying to stop the deep state. He is the deep state. You found the song? Oh, good. Cool. Oh, Skull. Yeah, I have that song tonight. Yeah, you want to play it? I'll play it tonight as we transition for Wasteful Wednesday. I could play Chemtrail Cowboy too. Yeah, we can do that. We're dealing with industrial waste. Many years ago, the government created a project. You might have remembered it. And Obama funded it. George W. Bush funded it. It was the Future Gen project. And it's been in the budget for years. And it sucked tons of money out of our budget, on average 16 to 20 billion a year for years. And it was designed to do carbon sequestration. The Future Gen project, yes. And it was designed to sequester carbon. But the amount of money they pulled out of our budget to finance the Future Gen project has not revealed any carbon sequestration whatsoever. So I took 2 and 2 together and I added them up, and they came up with 4. Yeah, we have 2 plus 2 equals 4. The Future Gen project has never resulted in any results, even though it's cost us billions, yet they continually dump chemicals in the sky. So I believe that they are using the Future Gen project money to charge you, the taxpayer, to spray industrial waste in your face daily, poisoning the atmosphere that we breathe, literally destroying the earth as fast as they can. And their goal is to accelerate global climate change by 10-fold. That what would have taken 50 years is going to be done in 5. And their plan is working. And there's not a damn thing you're going to do anything about it unless you have a third party challenge these scumbags in the two-party system, because they will not take on this subject. I'm one of the few people in the world that'll discuss it. Okay, I won't play it for somebody else. Okay. Here's a gas station clerk who's high on heroin. These are people who are working heroin addicts, functional heroin addicts, living on the methadone program, wasting their time and not doing their job right. And if only I could bring it into the show, that'd be great. And Never Lose Truth has a story. I'll talk about that in a second. Take a look. I've seen this clip before. Wow.
Hello. Is he gonna say something back?
She was buzzed, man.
Anything else for you, baby? Got it. Okay, you know.
I'm so messed up like this. Wow. The methadone program at its best. Functional heroin addicts doing their job. I think they're all on heroin.
Come on for a bus.
Hi, right. Can't even make change. Wow. Gas station clerk on heroin. That's kind of a depressing picture. I don't know what to say other than good luck. One woman is wearing a cross. Praise her. No, it has nothing to do with marijuana, Mark. Marijuana is not addictive. Heroin is. And people don't inject weed. I doubt there's one person injecting THC in the entire country. They vape it, Mark. You're back. Did you hear that our entire show is down 3 or 4 times tonight? Yeah. Your code, something's going on. It's maybe on your server side. Something is stopping our show from working, especially when I talk about sensitive subjects like Venezuela and Trump starting a war down there. For some reason, everything just disappears and the video starts to scramble. Mother walks into her daughter smoking a bong. Wow, I can't show that on the screen because Mark will not allow me to show marijuana use on the screen.
Grace gone. What the fuck? I mean, are you seriously doing that in front of me?
Wow.
Get it out!
Okay. That was pretty impressive, man. Hey, you got the text while at gym tonight. I know the cause, but it wasn't home yet to get ahead of it, so they had to hit the emergency restart. Okay, thanks, Mark. I'm glad you're at the gym. I hear that's really working out. Good luck, man. You're losing some weight. Right on, dude. You know what I'm thinking? You might want to go for the all bald look. It would look really nice with your complexion. This is some sort of a clip that came into our show called The Secrets of Chocolate Making. Wow, this looks like a massive pile of crap. Okay. No, I don't believe this. No, I don't believe it. Sorry. You can't destroy my view of chocolate that easily. And we've got Never Lose Truth. She's talking about the library host drag queen story hour and Agenda 2030 accelerates, no different than California. This lady is always upset, and I'm glad she speaks to us because this is our way of listening.
It is January 30. January 30 already. Doesn't it feel like it was just New Year's yesterday? We're heading into February already, 2019.
Okay, we'll have her show tonight, and we've got the normalization of Facetune is problematic. We'll bring that in too. Non-stop entertainment galore. We got 4 hours of videos at night after our 5-hour live show, so it's all good. Everything is beautiful. But Sarah Sanders shocked the country today when she said that God wanted Donald Trump to become president. Now, if Sarah Sanders knew anything about God and Donald Trump, she wouldn't say such things. First of all, I don't know any Christian that speaks for God except for her. Okay, good. Thank you for keeping the show up and around, Mark. Took a break from your gym workout to get it up. Thank you. We always appreciate a free venue to talk, otherwise we'll be censored all over the world. Venezuela's disputed President Maduro says he's willing to talk with the opposition. Yeah, isn't this weird? This woman speaks like she's speaking for God. I just think there's something wrong with Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She never would have got the job without her dad being... Right. I bet you have a flex and a big arm there. Let's take a look at this other story. If he's willing to speak, then why are we aligning with his opposition leader? Why don't we get this thing rolling forward?
Consequences. Bill, back to you.
On the ground there, Steve Harrigan.
By the U.S. and by much of South America. Juan Guaido is calling for demonstrations today from noon to 2, a walkout. It's going to be really interesting to see how many people turn out, and further demonstrations this weekend. The government is trying to squeeze him. They've frozen Guaido's bank account. They're not allowing him to leave the country, but there's been a stern warning from U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton. He says that any harm that comes to Guaido will be met with serious consequences.
Okay, so John Bolton is telegraphing hawkish behavior. He's going to start a war down there, apparently. Serious consequences. I'm trying to see if I'm going to get censored again, to see if Mark kicks me off. Okay, so far so good. We're not censored. That's good. We've got another link from Mike Decker. YouTube. Every time you post a video on YouTube, there is like a thing on chemtrails. They automatically put this contrail disclaimer on. Every time you have a video about chemtrails, they talk about it as if it's a contrail. But Mike Decker has video, constant Nikon camera video over the beautiful skies of Wyoming as they're being polluted daily.
January 26, around 12:45 or so. As you can see, they've been hammering us pretty good this morning. Will not let the sun come out. Good old 666 here.
Yep.
Douching.
So he's got constant close-ups of these chemicals being dumped out of the canisters that are on board these planes. And I'm surprised that our country has been so remiss in talking about this. But when you think about the Democrat-Republican Party being completely controlled, of course, we're never going to get anywhere with these people. There are problems persisting in the country. Like half of our water in our tap water in cities is toxic. When you look at this toxic wastewater in Thailand, I mean, all around the world, we're looking at this massive amount of microplastic toxic waste, dioxin, PCBs. I mean, when is this ever going to stop? If we don't take a collective mindset here, and I don't mean taxing you, I mean just start waking up to the reality we have to do something, we're going to be screwed either way. So we could wait 50 years as if no chemtrails were being dumped on our heads, or we could just use this as a motivation to start cleaning up our country and stop these people from spraying chemtrails. Because what they're doing is they're trying to rapidly destroy the environment as fast as they can. That means killing off the population. It's no wonder that we see the prognosis of the Georgia Guidestones talk about the population, the future population being 500 million. Dave, do we really got to do something? Yeah. If we don't build a political movement to challenge this corruption that's causing this terrible pollution in the skies, we can expose it every night as we do, but we're not going to be able to stop these people if we don't have political power. It'll never stop. They're on track, and they've got the Democrats and Republicans whistling to their tune. They're on track to destroy the earth. I don't know if Ruth Bader Ginsburg has been seen publicly, other than in and out of a hospital. But her presence is very concerning to the Democrats, because if we have a situation where the woman is really sick, Fox News apologizes after showing graphics suggesting Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who's recovering from surgery, is... Yeah, let's take a look. God, just hate Windows 10. Every time, you got to have them right in the perfect spot. If you missed it by that much. Missed it by that much. Fox News apologizes after showing a graphic suggesting Ruth Bader Ginsburg had died. Oh my God. No wonder Fox is having problems. They continue to hire Sean Hannity when Sean Hannity has openly lied about having Michael Cohen as an attorney. You know, Sean Hannity has lied openly, said Michael Cohen wasn't his attorney, and he still kept his job. Now they're concocting stories about her being dead. I don't think that Fox News ever told the truth. No. They're just spinning right-wing lies, just like CNN spinning left-wing lies. That's the name of the game, left versus right. They don't want anyone to unite in the center of the political spectrum. Oh yeah, they don't want a centrist president, that's for sure. One of the reasons why I am censored is because I'm centrist. I am a centrist. I am not. Yeah. Yeah, they don't want anybody like me. I support gun rights, and I don't want women to have abortions, but I'm not going to take their right away to have abortions. I'm still pro-choice, and I support gun rights, so I'm right in the center of the political spectrum. You know, I don't think Howard Schultz has the creative spirit to steal any good ideas. When you look at the model of Starbucks, it's built on expansion of credit. Nothing more than, yeah, that's terrible. What a terrible thing to put out there. A woman's not dead and they're saying she's dead. Joe Biden might run, but he's going to be facing some problems. Yeah, those pictures of him with little girls, that'll dog him. And the fact that he lied when he was in law school and cheated, that's going to dog him too. That'll all come out. He cheated and lied on his law degree when he was reprimanded for all kinds of cheating and lying. And I don't think anyone really likes him as a person. Yeah. But the real issue is, will the Republicans who cheated in the election with Russia's help continue to try to stack the Supreme Court with alleged rapists and beer drinkers? Is that what they're up to try to get Roe v. Wade to be overturned? Because it seems like that's what they're up to. If you are a Democrat, we need to stop this. If you're a centrist and believe that everybody, you know, should at least find a common ground here, then we won't have that if your daughter can't have a legal abortion in the first trimester if a new law is created. Thank you, McDundee. That's right. I'm still Mr. Right for the 2020 election, and the fact that I'm still unknown in America by many people, the vast majority don't even know I exist, makes it more important that we keep talking about a third party and how I'm being censored in my own country that claims to be free and democratic, the biggest hoax of all, because I am Mr. Right.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, too good. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. Too good to be true.
Okay, back at you every night doing a show, never-ending interactive virtual chat at its best. And we do this because we have to do it. I don't get paid not a penny for anything I've ever done here on the show. And the idea is to keep the ball rolling toward a third party fulfilling the greatest goal of all, which is to unite the country. And I don't think we can possibly do it without your help. So thank you for coming in and participating. if we look at the trajectory of a third party, it started in 1871, right after the Act of 1871. The first third party existed back then. We've been at this a long time. The Act of 1871 was created to establish a new identity for America, with Washington, D.C. being at the center. It turns out they just created a new corporate name for America, United States. When we are United States of America on legal terms, it's different than the United States. So they've been able to create this corporate entity, United States, since the 1870s. And in that process, they created the Federal Reserve in 1913 with the Federal Reserve Act, signed by Woodrow Wilson, who said that it was the worst mistake of his life before he died, giving this group, this private entity of bankers, the Federal Reserve, not a government entity, mind you, a private group of bankers, the ability to control our monetary supply and use the corporate entity of the United States to borrow against. So when they say that we're $22 trillion in debt, the United States of America is not $22 trillion in debt. The United States is. Believe it or not, the United States of America has been in bankruptcy since March 9th of 1933 and is sitting there in bankruptcy waiting to be restructured. So we could theoretically in 2021 or 2022 restructure our government under the United States of America's plan with the same exact document we currently use, the United States Constitution, as our template and plan for maintaining our solvency as a nation. And technically a constitution is by nature a way of restructuring debt. So we have all the implements necessary to restart the United States of America and retire the United States Corporation, and then resolve this debt crisis that's been going on for well over 100 years. But it's interesting to note, most people don't have any clue as to how our country operates. We are $1 trillion in debt right now. And Washington, our government really went into a massive debt under Trump recently, $500 billion per month, every 6 months, overspending. I want to show Sarah this. Hi, Sarah. This is a chart of the spending of our government over the past few decades. And you can see here that spending under George W. Bush was ramping down considerably by the time Obama took off. Obama won and it just skyrocketed the spending, unprecedented highs, and then it tapered a little bit with a sequester of 5% reduction in spending. Many people were furloughed for a while, and it plateaued here, much higher than even George W. Bush. But then Trump took off, and then it's skyrocketing out of control again. So this is the problem. We've got every new president has been wasting tons of money. We need a president who's now willing to cut the budget and get a zero deficit. And I'd gladly be that president. I've got cost-saving techniques. Sarah and I are very good at looking at analyzing budgets and determining areas that are overspending. And she's very smart and very capable of spotting inconsistencies, like we did recently with the military pay. The numbers show me that the average salary is $130,000 for every military personnel. That means some people are making tons of money, because the average Marine is not making $130,000. The Coast Guard pays $29,000, roughly. So the money that they're putting out is. I think that Trump could be impeached in the House, but I don't know if he has enough votes in the Senate to be impeached. If Trump keeps pushing for the wall and doesn't get it, he may have a split in the Senate, and some Republicans may turn on him. There may be enough to push for a complete impeachment, but more likely it would be more like Bill Clinton's impeachment, where he was impeached in the House for his activities with Monica Lewinsky. He wasn't impeached in the Senate. You have to be impeached in both to be removed completely. There was an anti-Masonic movement, really, started in 1872, or as early as 1828, really, I believe it. Well, they've been aware of the growth of a third party, has been aware of the influence of the Masons on the original restructuring of our government in 1871. So the Act of 1871 alerted a lot of people. Is your voice getting better? I think it's... Yeah. I'm not wearing a wig. I'm good. So, yeah, her voice is slowly coming back. Do you want any tea or anything?
No, sure.
Okay. I'll get you a cup of tea.
I say I am, and then it just starts. Yeah. Maybe some ginger and whatever. All right. Oh, Firefox is the only good browser for privacy. That's good to know. I still sound bad. Maybe it's just the cold weather that's making me sound so bad, but anyway. So there's 3, 10, and 30-year securities are offered at a refunding auction that's seen by most as $84 billion, $1 billion more than the total of the maturities 3 months ago. America's nearly 16 trillion debt. Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin is tapping the public for more funding. We've seen deficits continue to blow out. And they're going to see more and more supply. The Treasury's total net new issuance in 2018 amounted to $1.34 trillion, more than double the level of 2017. In 2019, it'll be $1.4 trillion. Wow. Over the next decade, the U.S. government will spend $7 trillion just to service the nation's debt, according to the Congressional Budgeting Office. We always have like 15, more like 20 tabs open, reading the news and whatnot. Yeah, I'm not going to bookmark the news to come back to read a certain site. David likes to do it to scroll through each one, like to go bounce from one to talk about it. It's cold there in your place. I'm sorry. It's at 6 degrees. Scrizzle, man. Can you believe it, Jacket Pockets? Can you believe it? That's good. On my other computers, I rarely have more than 1 to 2 tabs open. Sometimes 3 tabs. But you're right. It is kind of like leaving a stack of papers everywhere in real life. It's like, just recycle them. Put it in the recycling bucket. You don't need all those papers. Open it, get it out, print it out if you need it. I don't actually look into local crime. I probably should. Yeah, I like that idea of being a minimalist when it comes to your desktop. It's really just David that has all, because I only look at, you're right, 1 at a time. And then usually, like if I read an article, then I close it. But David had this one open, so I'll leave it open. Because David likes to go back through them. That's how David is. Like, he thinks it's important, but it might not. It's not important that you want to, not important enough to bookmark it, but you don't want to lose it. Freestyle tabs. Like, you can put all your YouTube tabs go into one or something like that. I do have multiple monitors on this one. What's your opinion on that, 657? You don't like extending the display. Oh my gosh, once you extend your display, that's amazing. Why have multiple monitors to mirror the one you're on? Extend the display and you get all extra screen real estate. See, I'll show you my two displays. This is my display where I'm looking at, basically up here I'm looking at the XSplit. Then down here I monitor the the iVlog chat. Over here is the Vaughn Live, and then up here is Periscope. That's just the one monitor. And then on my extended display, I should put them side by side in a minute. This is David's tabs. As you can see, I can't even count them all. David has all of these tabs open. Like, why do we have two Google News when it's just the same thing? So might as well just have only one open. So then I can do side by side to show you. This is like my news display, and then this is my chat monitoring display.
I had to go old school on this, and I made a bobbing T-ball here.
Oh, that's fine. I usually I did that before. I just put some ginger in it and then honey and lemon.
Oh, really? Want me to think ginger in it? I just put spearmint in it with some honey.
I'm not off. Okay. I should be back. Sorry. I didn't mean to broadcast kick it off or something. Maybe they didn't want me to display all those displays.
You not want any dinner?
I think I overate today.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, I'm not very hungry right now. Yeah, I'm not that hungry.
Okay. I'll take it.
Thanks. I did eat some snacks when I came home, and I probably ruined my dinner, as the saying goes. But that's okay. And I had a big lunch. I did not eat pizza today. I had tacos. I had a fish taco. It was a really good fish taco. And a burrito. I thought of having pizza, but I opted not to. Then I thought of having a salad. I actually made a salad to take with me to where I went. And then I decided to go out to lunch instead. Oh, they found a tunnel to a bank. That's pretty funny. My voice does seem better. That's true. Still a little bit of my voice is out, but for the most part. They thought it was a sinkhole, and it was actually tunnel to a bank. Well, the sinkhole turned out to be an underground tunnel to a Florida bank. Man. Claustrophobic tunnel. Had a power cord inside and a small generator at the foot. The tunnel didn't actually reach the bank, but they are investigating the discovery as an attempted bank burglary, but no arrests have been made. Now, of course, no one's going to use the tunnel. They're never going to find the people that were doing that. The tunnel was heading towards the ATM. The hole is so small, it's only 2 feet by 3 feet. The tunnel's entrance was covered by a wooden pallet. They believe more than one person likely dug the tunnel, apparently using pickaxes. And they had a winch and a wagon to haul away dirt, which they found. And they found a pair of muddy boots, a little ladder, and a stool. Unique case, Pembroke Pines. Wait, they actually don't know where the tunnel ends yet or when it was abandoned. Rainfall over the past few days may have caused it to collapse. Authorities, of course, want to talk to the diggers. I get chicken parmesan today. That is a lot of food. That is so funny. Thank you for telling me about that funny sinkhole. Ooh, that looks good. I do have Prime. Alright, I think I'll do that. Do you trust this computer? That's a good one. I'll leave it open maybe, and then David can see. That's the thing. That's when I leave a tab open. But I probably should just write it down and then do that. I have never been fishing, have you? There are a lot of good fishing spots where I live. Like you can even go fishing for salmon off the shore, depending on the time of year. And then there's this like local, there's one lake that's like catch and release. I don't really understand the point of that. I'm writing it down so I won't forget. Do you trust this computer, right? I don't know about going fishing for salmon. Documentary on Amazon. Sticky notes great for little things like that, a note rather than leaving open a tab. Yes, sometimes I do think about how meaningless most interactions are, but then I try to make my interactions meaningful. Oh my goodness, Jacket, Jacket says, Sarah, when I was cooking tonight, oil splashed up and burnt my arm. I am so sorry. And 604 thinks we should go fishing for salmon. We should catch it and then cook it on a cooking show. That's pretty funny, Dr. Meow. That's true. Sometimes it's about laying a foundation for a relationship in order to have a deeper conversation at a later date. Sometimes. Everybody just sounds the same to you. Yeah. Maybe they're all AI. Messing with your head. I don't think I'm AI. I'm A complex. No, I'm CI, complex intelligence. I just feel like sometimes I wonder if I'll just, what's the point? There's, is there, I think they say that there's more people that are depressed recently because they realize that there's not, like, people always search for a purpose, but maybe there is no bigger purpose. Maybe we just are like the ants or my worms. At least my worms are productive. An Overwatch map drops players into an elegant Paris. Wow. Wow. David probably will be upset because I sound nihilistic. Like a nihilist or whatever. I have been in that mood lately. The Big Lebowski predicted 9/11. I've heard weird things like that. Like some other people say that. Did they really predict it, or did they plan it and they just put it into media? Like somebody said something like it was in the Neo movie, the Matrix. 604, you think in order for a conversation to be meaningful, you have to want it to be meaningful and put effort into it. Sometimes people just want to be listened to. And they think you like them if you listen to them. Huh. Misanthropy says sometimes people have nothing to say and they're afraid when others have things to say because it will expose them as having nothing to say. And well, I think there is people might have things to say, but there is this definite sense of political correctness, sense that like people will judge me if I say something wrong. I have no idea what David will cook tomorrow. All on what you obsess on. If you obsess on 5, you see pentagons everywhere. Twitch is a place you're not allowed to say anything. Wow. Cool moves, dude. Yeah, I know, 604. It's really true. Sometimes you're scared to give your true opinions to people in real life because you just want to be liked, fit in. But it also depends on your mood, and it also depends on the people. If you trust the people, that they'll still like you regardless of your opinion. That's good trust. Maybe that's me sometimes. I talk a lot. When I talk a lot, I appear to be full. No, I don't know. I don't think I'm trying to appear to be full. I think I do have things to say. It was up 1.7%, 434 points. Wow. Hi, Dow Jones. Thanks for coming in and giving us our Dow Jones daily reading. We need that. Sorry with my number on my cup. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some people do think of me as a jerk. I don't think so. I think I'm just normal. I'm watching Arrow with David. And then I'm also watching Hell's Kitchen and Amazing Race. But good job, Sarah. I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. I didn't go in and just watch TV between my breaks like I've been doing recently. I didn't do that tonight. Tonight, I actually did a little progress on my master's degree. So, had to analyze some data, pre-test and post-test and all that stuff. Not just teaching, Dr. Meow. Oh, the thing is, they always say that whatever you obsess on, if you say, that's not going to happen, that's not going to happen, that's what happens. But also if you say, that will happen, that's what happens. Either way, it's what your mind is focusing on. Thanks, Jacket Pockets. Oh, thanks for the S&P too. What do you think I should invest in, Dow Jones? Belief? You think belief doesn't affect outcomes? well, maybe belief doesn't, but what you focus on, I think, does have an effect. You watched a team of online bounty hunters arrest a man on Twitch last night? They were taking requests from chatters and making the guy listen to horrible music? What? Online bounty hunters? Wait, so they were having a Twitch show that was like on the IRL channel? They're not like in real life bounty hunters? Do they actually... It's just weird. So are they like... So they're in real life, they're bounty hunters. They'll take a guy and before they like turn him over to the authorities, they'll put the guy on Twitch and do things to him. I think that should be against the terms of service. And they'll stream him? That is ridiculous. I'm glad you have a workshop, Gardley. Lou has a workshop. The price of gold is very high. But it's been that way for a while now. It's been around $1,300 for an ounce for quite some time. I should invest in the tech sector and futures. All right. I know Facebook is way up there. I'm not gonna... I am thinking of doing some when I do my taxes. That's when I usually like do a little bit of investing. Wow. That's crazy that so Twitch allows that, but they didn't allow David on. I don't understand. Yeah, I could go back and try to get back in their good graces, but is it worth it? And really, David was just saying he's not gay. That's basically all he said that I know of. No, you can be anything that you want to be, Misanthropy. It's not wrong to not be gay. Like, just like to me, it's not wrong to be gay. In my opinion, it's not wrong to not be gay, and it's not wrong to be gay, and it's not wrong to be another way. It seems that way, Ghost. The Panama Papers. I don't know enough about that. Coca-Cola and Home Depot are good investments. Okay. Yeah, I like the idea of investing in a dispensary. I really do.
Okay. Dang.
But we'll see.
Yeah, this is the time of year for wool socks, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I was saying that, right?
I'm going to get them on there.
Misanthropy recommended a documentary on Amazon for us called Do You Trust This Computer?
Oh, okay.
And...
yeah, I saw the promo for it.
Okay.
On Amazon, okay. And there's also, a couple of references, referrals now to a couple of new shows out there. So we got plenty of diversions, don't we, on Netflix and Amazon. It's amazing all the video on demand we have nowadays. Sarah can go enjoy herself now.
I'm going to go finish some of my work on my master's.
Oh, okay, great.
I did some in the between the break.
I don't know how you do it. She's worked so hard, everybody, and she's wearing herself down. It's just take it easy.
Well, I'm just trying to. I want to see if I can get it submitted for my birthday.
That's quite a challenge. Wow, you put a. See, she sets these goals and she's staying within her goals. That's how to do it if you really want to succeed in life.
You just got to be like, this is the next step. I've got to do that. But I feel like I've been procrastinating, but I haven't.
No, you've been working on it.
I've been. Yeah. I have a lot on my plate right now.
You do. All right. Good luck. Thank you.
I think I'm just gonna buy some peanut sauce, Misanthropy.
Yeah, I can't eat peanuts myself because of the. I have an allergic reaction. Not in general. I don't break out in a rash or anything. I just get an intestinal problem digesting peanuts.
Like I can't do. I have the same issue with
hummus.
Hummus, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Is that a date? What kind of plant is? What's that fruit on there? Is that bananas? Oh, that's bananas on your friend's banana plant.
Oh, your banana tree is growing. Nice. All right. Well, maybe I'll do that for I'll make her a peanut sauce dinner for Thai dinner for her birthday.
Well, you can do like just chicken, spinach, and brown rice, and then I could pick up the sauce.
Yeah, you could get sod chicken from just getting the sauce, and I'll add chicken and brown rice. You're right. That'll be good. So the Dow Jones is up 434 points. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, it's over 25,000 now again. A positive day, 434 point uptick in the market. I know many of you are concerned about your preferred stocks and wondering when will you get dividends, but that's not how it works anymore. Companies like to buy up their own stock just to stop paying out dividends. That's one of the things that happened with Donald Trump's tax break. He did infuse a lot of push into the stock market by giving a $1.3 trillion tax break to the rich. Or 2.3, I think it was. That's right. 2.3, and then they're offering a $3.8 trillion tax break. Again, the Senate is signing right now, which the previous House put forth. So Donald Trump will have successfully stopped our government from funding itself. So another big win for Russia. David, why do taxes for the mega rich continue to drop while taxes in the middle class go up, up, up? Because you've got bad representation. If we went back to a 10% flat tax for everybody, which we never really had, but I mean, at one point we could achieve that, we would have a big input of investment capital into the U.S. and possibly even an infusement of your own personal spending, multiplying within the economy, the multiplier effect, we'll call it. But the possibility that more money is in the economy, less in the taxes, helps fuel the growth that we aren't getting right now. You see, our economies across the scales have been declining. The military budget grows based on our expanded debt. And our medical healthcare sector grows because of our expanded debt. We're paying now huge amounts, $350 billion more per year because of Obamacare. That's a lot of money. And with the military budget doubling, tripped over what it was back in the old days. Okay, this is how Barack Obama sees racism. It's only racist when Trump says it. That's right. In fact, a lot of black people don't believe that they can actually say anything racist. Even though they're calling white people racist, could be considered racism. Well, let's be clear. It's only racist when Trump says it. That's pretty funny. Thanks for that. It's a special day in the neighborhood. Here's our chat. Wow. There you go. You'd rather they give tax credits for specific purposes than just broad tax cuts personally? I don't think they should offer any tax credits, period. I think that's where we're screwing up. We've even opened up the venue for lobbyists to use that as a way to manipulate. Oh, Senator, we can... my company would really appreciate your help in getting a little break on the taxes so that we can continue to prosper in our area. And this guy, the lobbyist, is making $100,000, $250,000 a year, and he's got an expense account to lube up the pockets of our horny senators who are out there going, can you find me any girls to kind of strip bars around here? You can finance it a night out. I'll go with you. Sure. I just want to get away from the old lady. That's how our Senate works. It's a disgrace. I see Charles Schumer married to Iris, and I see what a lovely couple they are, you know. But is Iris a woman? I mean, I don't know. No, you can label people here. We have freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want. I don't think anybody disgraces themselves, Howie. That's just BS, man. Why do you think black people like Richard Pryor made so much money making fun of white bread honkies like you? Wonder Bread. Hey there. You better watch it, you peckerhead. That's how Richard Pryor characterized white people talking. When they're out on the street, they're dealing with life's problems. You know, you got to do what you... I can't even talk like a black person. Otherwise, they'll accuse me of racism. But if you get a black guy talking like a white guy, it's a different story. So why the the dual ethic here? Why are we allowing this? Bitcoin went up to 3,800 today and then back down to 3,400. Yeah, Bitcoin's suffering. Remember the days when it was 30,000? I remember Mad Dog had purchased one Bitcoin and he said, I'm going to cash out when it's 50. Never happened. Someone made a deep fake of Steve Buscemi's face on Jennifer Lawrence, and it's a thing of ugly beauty. Oh, okay. Thanks for sharing. Try not to show any of your porn links here. Thanks. Yeah, don't link us to any porn sites. Thanks a lot. Let's take a look.
So, I just like, it was just, this was very truly surprising for me. Yeah, I was just really surprised.
Sheridan Watson from BuzzFeed right here. So you're a huge Bravo fan.
Oh,
Who
yes.
was your favorite and least favorite housewife of all cities?
You know, I'm having a hard time with this because I'm not really into CGI created characters. I don't really know if it's important that it's this non-gendered person has a statement here in the show. I don't think it matters what she looks like. I think if she was an android, it would be a different story, but she clearly is not. What if someday you will be looking at someone you think is real and they are completely fake? What are you going to do? I didn't know what she or he was. I couldn't tell. I mean, it was one of those, I'm Pat.
I never knew how sweet the taste of love can be until you let me take the fruit of the forbidden tree. You swept me off my feet, my heart stopped to beat, 'cause you made me melt away.
Okay, we'll be taking intermediary message breaks to represent non-sponsors who don't sponsor the show. So consider those unmercials as opposed to commercials. Unmercials is a concept I just created in real time. Don't try to take out the name unmercial.com because I've already gotten it within a nanosecond. I love elephant garlic. It's the best stuff to plant around your house. It keeps carpenter ants away. Good stuff. Nope, I just purchased unmercials.net. I beat you to it. I just acquired unmercials.tv. I bet there are really rich people out there that are just sitting there just buying up domains. There's got to be some really rich guy sitting there. Because you notice how hard it is to get a domain now? It's crazy. I was looking for a domain name. I came up with this great concept. It's like, you know how a bird tweets? I was going to call it twitter.com. Isn't that a great idea? It was taken. Can you imagine? Gold is at 1,324. That's a big migration from last year. Silver is still hovering barely above 16 at $16.04 an ounce. Platinum we don't care about because it's a rare earth metal and hardly anybody collects it. I know. Can you imagine? Twitter.com. What a great site that would be. It's too bad it turned into this site that occupies it, where you go in there, you don't know if you're getting shadow banned or not. Every time I tweet, I don't know if anyone even sees it. Today I was tweeting about this 36,000 pounds of chicken nuggets that were taken, panko chicken nuggets that Tyson just yanked from the shelf. I swear most everybody probably had a taste of these things. They were being pushed in every market. Would you like a sample? They found rubber in the nuggets. Yeah. I would order Tyson to pull the entire food line off the shelves and never bring it back. This processed chicken thing, when I first tried these things at Costco, it was like I said, Sarah, this isn't chicken, this is rubber. I couldn't believe it. This is rubber. It's like, and I said, do you want to eat that? And he's like, no. She ended up having a few. Rotting the stomach and nothing in the stomach can't dissolve. Yeah, that's not true. Rubber can't be dissolved in the stomach. No. Let's do a few tests to verify that rubber cannot be dissolved. We're going to have to wait for a study about the study to decide if they should study whether rubber dissolves in the stomach. And then we'll continue to eat rubber in the future. We have a country that's spinning out of control with lack of oversight. And the only reason why these chicken nuggets were even pulled is because a bunch of people actually contacted the USDA and said, hey, it tastes like rubber. I want this checked out. Thank you, American citizens. Because the USDA wouldn't have done it. Thank you. All right, calm down. Thank you. There's over 20,000 hours of video if you just go to our YouTube link, which is readily available at our website, which we have called Cool Rock, coolrock.com.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, so you can X out of anything you want. This is your page to play with. We are live right now. We've got the chat room from Mark Vaughn's pop-out chat mixed with the chat over here I could click to go into. But I'm already here, so I'm just going to stay over here. But we've got that, and we've got a new link at the top that Chat Room Celebrity found, which is Web Oasis. If you haven't checked this place out, this is really cool. Yeah, it's up and running. Look at this. Every one of these tabs relates to data transfer systems. I mean, this opens up the internet and fillets it for you to look at. This is the everything from Spotify to Netflix, Hulu can be accessed here online. You got Discord, Twitter, all of your social communications sectors, 4chan, everything down to the odd names that hardly anyone's ever looked at. This is an amazing resource of blogs, forums, discussions of computer technology like Linux, web devices, graphic design, web design, you name it. I mean, this is the biggest font of information I've ever seen. Cloudflare discussed here. These are things that I can't even describe. You have to be in the know to even discuss, but yeah, Google News is accessible here. Drudge Report. This is your news sector. I don't know what Lobsters is. Let's check it out. There's lobsters.rs. Wow. why I chose Flask to build SR-HT mini services. This is a backbone of the technologists that work behind the scenes, and they access these sites. This is Amazon, PayPal, all of at a point-click accessibility, and you even have a menu over here you can grab. Isn't that cool? You can explore the world there. So anyway, going back to Cool Rock, you had Scissorfight's music is right here too. Kind of do an expanded review of this. This is an interesting utility I created, and Scissorfight has this library that goes on and on. It's all original music, and he's really, really talented. You know, you've got an amazing soundscape of music. Meditational music, all the way to making yourself feel better music. You click and start making yourself. I realize he is so talented as an audio engineer, and I've been around audio engineers throughout my professional career. I worked as an audio engineer myself, and I can tell you he's so talented that you can actually take yourself to different places inside of his music. So nothing to ignore, a free source of fun there. And of course, our video channel right here gives us full access to YouTube and about 20,000 hours worth of broadcast.
I'm David John Sponheim. I'm America's write-in presidential candidate for 2008.
Now that was me in 2008, and here I am today, still doing it. It's amazing. But going out of that, you can click back on to just X out of that screen, and you can go down and check out some other amazing things, like a music system that you can actually interact with an artificial intelligent computer. Every note you do is duplicated by a computer in a different way. That was not me. I'll move the cursor away from the piano to show you it's the computer. Isn't that interesting? And a little harp for various harps that are available here. Relaxing kind of music. Hey, and down here is Mr. Doob, which is a really cool program which offers seemingly bizarre and weird links all over the universe, in which you can manipulate with your cursor and play with your art talent, whatever it may be. Isn't that cool? And this is another box on top of your screen that you can play with, do whatever you want. Yeah, it's just, you name it, it's down there. It's fun to play too. And again, Mr. Doob, you can do whatever you want with this screen too. You can X out of that, because whenever you X out of something, all you have to do is hit refresh on your screen. It'll pop right back up. And this is news from 3 different sides: the left, middle, and the right. Here's the left's take on Foxconn reverses course on Wisconsin project. Electronics giant Foxconn announced they will not build a factory in Wisconsin, which President Trump had said would bring a score of manufacturing jobs to the Midwest. Wow. Major change from Foxconn, which is a very big blow to the job market in Wisconsin. And this is the middle take, is Foxconn reconsiders plan for Wisconsin manufacturing hub, which means, you know, kind of softens it. And the right wing says Foxconn is not building a factory in Wisconsin despite billions in taxpayer subsidies, and showing the truth that we've buttered up Foxconn and they screwed us. And that's from the right wing perspective, which I like. I actually like both perspectives, right and left. That's what makes me a centrist. And then this is a great state map to check out various states. This is, you know, Texas. Republic of Texas achieved its independence from Mexico in 1836, the same year as the famous siege of the Alamo. Yeah. Fantastic. So all of this is available at Cool Rock. Thank you very much. It's fun to do a little tutorial. I'm glad I added that to my repertoire of things you can check our show out with, because I like talking and playing around with those things. You wouldn't believe Mr. Doob is incredible. And that web oasis at the top of the screen, man, I am absolutely blown away. And one of the biggest problems I've had on the internet is finding a place and just settling in. And we're hoping that that will be a nice place for people to just hang out. All right, polar vortex hits New Jersey. Then this happens. Uh-oh, Dr. Meow. A massive fire hits New Jersey factories. Smoke seen on weather radar. Whoa. In the middle of the winter, an 8-alarm fire broke out at a Markel paper factory in New Jersey, engulfing multiple buildings and producing a plume of smoke visible on weather radar as firefighters work. So this is like people trying to stay warm end up starting a fire. Wow, this is huge. Yeah, that's just the whole city block is in complete flames. All right. Well, thanks for that clip. Structural fire happening right now. It's just dissipating. Yeah. It was live. Oh my God. Holy moly.
All right, guys, I promise I'll be back. I got to run and take some stills.
Whoa.
What pays the bills? I'll be back.
Wow. Hey, thank you, man. All right. Thanks for giving us that glimpse. Wow. That was a glimpse of a live shot of the fire as it was being pushed. I hope they get through it. Wow. We're hoping fire is, yeah, fire. Do. David, I don't have any mail order bride sites, but I bet you'd find one somehow on one of those websites. It would take you there. You can buy a third-party mug if you go to our store at America's Third Party. Yeah. They're out there. If you want to go out of Cool Rock and go back to America's Third Party, you can. I should have a link to that button on Cool Rock. But if you go to our store right here, you can click on this icon here for the old sign I had. Warning. Warning, product can consume chemicals, including, oh, they're warning people. And there's this link right here. Let me give you a direct link to the ATP 1199 cup. Yeah. There you go. I am not communist, no. We are alternatives to the left and the right. We're right in the center of the political spectrum. I'm not a far left or far right. Can I be? No. I don't want to be one. I don't want to be communist, no. I don't like communism. My family actually fought communists many years. In fact, my parents were directly involved in stopping communism. One of the key players, actually, I'd like to say. Yeah. My parents told me things about their life that it was shocking. When I was growing up, they said, yeah, that you wouldn't believe it. You know, both my parents were Marines. And they signed a pact with the country to protect national security interests. And they had an obligation to report things. And they were instrumental in stopping communism. So I'm still working on sidetracking the entire discussion of left versus right in the center of the political spectrum. It makes us a more viable entity for the future, too, because we're not likely to fall into a far left category or a far right. Sales guy totals his new Mustang GT. Wow.
Yo, these new Mustangs, man.
Yeah.
It's just pretty clean. Oh, shit. This Mustang got memed hard.
Whoa.
Brand new.
Wow, he just lost the whole back end. On sale now for next to nothing. It's Wasteful Wednesday. We can actually go touring for properties if you want around the country. One of the things I like to do. No, I don't have a Mustang. I look for, we saw houses in Detroit last week for $6,000. Nice brick houses, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. No leaks for $6,000. It's phenomenal. I mean, if people would just realize Detroit has a future, we could repopulate and gentrify. Okay, we're looking for Flint, Michigan. All right. Now you will have to filter all the water, you know that, right? All right. Let's go to Flint, Michigan, Zillow. We're up and running. One way to fill up 5 hours after the news, huh? And we'll set our mark at $10,000. All right, here we go. Hey, there's 5 houses available right now in Flint, Michigan. This beautiful $6,000 house on Lorado Avenue is 3 bedroom, 1 bath, 921 square feet. Needs work. House is structurally sound. Roof is in good condition. Will entertain a land contract with a down payment of $1,500 down and monthly payments of $400 a month. Wow. The roof and foundation are in good condition. Great for somebody with handyman skills. Would make a beautiful home. $6,000. This is our premier showcase here, folks. Look at this. Nice. Decent siding. Look at that. Yeah, this is Flint, Michigan. You could live near some of you could be down the street from your mullah. That's fine. We're not prejudiced here, except for Meow TV. But look at the quality of the street. That's not bad. You got one little crack there. Always check the street. You know, if your street's really cracked, you know you got problems. Then you probably have crack being sold in the area. Let's look at another one. Whoa, for $7,500, this is decent. It's a fixer-upper, $2,000 down from the listed value, ready to move. This 3 bedroom, 1 bath, ready for someone to make their own or would make a great rental. Repairs are needed. It is vacant and free and clear. Hey, hey, hey. Right on. That looks like an old house. It could be for $7,500. It's not bad. Start your life in Flint. Or this street. This is on Hamilton Street. Wow, that is a decent looking house. Look at that. That's big. It's got a garage. Now, a house like this in California would run you about $4,500 or $450,000. Let's go around the corner a little bit. I can't really get a complete spot of it here. Yeah. Look at that front. Folks, this is $7,500. This is amazing. No, it's $6,000. Even better. Do you want the link? You want to move there? Do you want to move there, Cake? I'll send you the link right now. No, it's the whole house. No, I'm telling you, these are whole houses, not property. You got the whole house and the land. For the value of the land, you're getting the house. $6,000. Yeah. You didn't realize these deals were this big, did you? Meow TV's thinking, oh, I could buy that right from here, right now. Yes, I might move there. And the nice thing is you can grow up to 12 plants of marijuana for yourself. It's a legal state, Michigan is. So is Missouri. The place is ripped apart, possibly, but hey, no interior photos is a red flag. No question about it. Property taxes, let's take a look. There's an attached garage on that one. That was a nice one for $6,000. I mean, even Meow TV is going, oh, but this would be nice to vacation in the United States. Oh. Floor size, 13.8. Great. Tax history. Okay. Price, tax history. It's had a $6,000 value for many years now. At one point, it was worth $12,000. That's height. Yeah, totally doable. There's no home expenses, no HOA fees. Once you own the house, you can come back to it any time you visit Flint, Michigan. Now, the water is, you can't drink the water, and you can't really shower in the water either. That's the problem. So your best bet, now I've seen people do this before, is to get a bladder for your house and recycle your water. I know that sounds wild, but yeah, get a bladder and get your water filtered in, or you could use that as a point of entry and do reverse osmosis filtration until you have a clean amount of water, and then you drain that, and then keep the RO system going the next day. There's got to be a way around this water issue in Flint, but you're going to need water filtration. I mean, big time. You need a house. I just gave you an opportunity for a house of $400 payments, because that's what they were going for. According to the mortgage plan they have, you're looking at 30-year fixed note. Property tax is only $118 a year. Look at this. Talk about saving a lot of your wasteful spending. $118 a year. Wow. That's their estimates. I can't guarantee that. There's no HOA fees. It's pretty good. I don't know what the best plan for your monthly payment is. They're saying $300 a month could be handled. So you're looking at $300 a month for this house to live in Flint, Michigan. Yeah, there you go. And that pretty much covers it. Oh, we got one more. Okay, I'll give you the link to the entire page. Delmar Street. This looks like an old barn, but it's got the old barn style, but the windows, everything. Oh, that's sweet. Look at that little red. Oh, that's sweet. That's the cat's meow. Oh, we got some interior pictures. Yep, that's kitchen. That's some windows. It's not bad. That's not bad. It's okay, man. Let's take a look at the street view, man. Now, this street is a little bit more in disrepair. You can see a lot of crosshatches there, but this would be your neighborhood in Flint. And there's a couple of houses boarded up right next to it. I don't know. Yeah, see, that's the problem. You're going to be living around a lot of other houses that are boarded up. I know, it's a nightmare. And then, of course, the cancer from washing in the toxic water. Well, here's a link to all of the houses, meow. Knock yourself out. Yeah, if you want to hang out there and grow weed in a toxic community. Sure. Personal use, though, dude. You can't sell that stuff. All right. I know you don't even smoke anyway. This is where they put... No, I don't think so. You're making that up. This is where you could have a nice little meeting. Say you had an anti-Muslim message, and you turned it into a gathering place for political activism against the Muslim community. That could be like a meeting place for all of you and your racist clan of people that you love to hang out with. Not that I'm endorsing that, because I certainly don't want you to do that. But, okay, see, exactly. Once I told him about the general population, he's turning his attitude away from Flint, Michigan. Whew. All right. I don't think it would be in your best interest to buy anything. Just crawl into a hole outside your backyard. You're better off doing that than to buy anything. I thought it would be easy to buy things, but it's a lot harder to actually do it. That's why I just travel on Zillow and pretend like I'm going to buy something. Yeah, it's really quite fun. Just go online and start looking around. If you want to go to the high rent district, this is the best part of Zillow. You set your parameters for, say, Beverly Hills. Okay. Oh, forget Beverly Hills. Let's go to Bel Air, California. I want view property. I don't want to be in Beverly Hills. No, I'm going to click it, and there's nothing in Bel Air for $10,000. There's a foreclosure, but that's not $10,000. So let's set our parameters to $1 million and a minimum of, say, 900,000. Yeah. Let's see if there's anything there. That's even too high or too low. Okay, let's set it up to 2 million. No. Oh, there we go. Auction houses. No actual houses for sale until we get to this place. Now that's also an auction. Yeah, I was hoping to find, well, let's just drift around here. Check out Los Angeles. Now these are the homes that you want to consider. There's a beautiful, beautiful home. You only get that one look. $2 million, that's all you get. Sorry. Apparently that's too low of a figure too. Wow, I better set it for 4 million. There we go. Not many available. Look at how in demand the properties are out there. Woodland Hills. This is a Woodland Hills house. There's only one picture. It's kind of strange. They don't even care. $1.4 million. It's not like they had a realtor come out and take pictures. Santa Monica, California, this doesn't even have a lot of photographs for 3.7 million. You can't even see the house. Look at this. That's what 3.7 million gets you in Santa Monica, California. Can you believe this? This is crazy. Who would pay that? Oh, man. What happened to your arm, man? It's still burning? What was going on? Did you get too close to the fire? Yeah, 3.7 million. You can't even see their backyard. I just cannot believe the prices in LA. They're just phenomenal. All right, well, we could waste more time doing this. Unless you have some issue you want to talk about. Trump is still being investigated by Mueller, who doesn't seem to be able to do anything. And now Mueller is trying to spin a story that everything he talked to Concord management about is somehow tainted by Russian involvement. Therefore, we're supposed to forget that there's a sex selfie of Donald Trump. But he never said that because he doesn't want anyone in the mainstream media to hear about the word sex selfie. Or, yeah, sex selfie was the list on the item that Concord discovered in Mueller's file. Yeah, Mr. Mueller played good deep state politics and protected Mr. Trump, who's also deep state. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I cannot believe these are all, in the blue, these are all foreclosures. They're all possible nice places, but, you know, this is a $2.36 million foreclosure. $2.36 million. Look at this. Unbelievable. You got to admit, it is a nice, hard, beautiful Italian porcelain tile. Wow, that is nice. Ooh, kitchen looks good. Ooh, nice. Backyard, a little basketball court. Yeah, 2.3 million. You can live in LA. A guy I know bought a house on the hill of Los Angeles overlooking the racetracks and the entire city. You can even see a peekaboo view of the ocean. And he is absolutely thrilled with his house. 1.3 million. Kamala Harris wants Medicare for all. Mark plan is a public option, charging $60 a month for full medical and dental. Her plan is not sustainable. We already have Medicaid for all. What do we need Medicare for all? Ask yourself that. We already have Medicaid. They're trying to repackage their importance. The Democrats already failed with Obamacare dismally, costing our nation now $350 billion more than we were paying prior. The people in the religion of peace killing all those people in the church in the Philippines makes no sense at all. I heard about the tragic loss of life in the church. Yeah. It was horrific. Terrorist act in the Philippines recently killed death toll rises to 27. Duterte sees the bombed church, tells army to crush Abu Sayyaf. I don't know if this is, at this point, I don't even know if Duterte is funding Abu Sayyaf as a counter-insurgency terrorist group that he uses as a justification for building up troop strength in Mindanao and other areas. So I'm not so sure this is solely the work of a terrorist act at this point. Duterte has used this type of thing. Remember, Duterte said there is no God. He has no respect for the Catholic Church. He even said, prove there's a God, to his own people, as he made lewd gestures to Catholic schoolgirls who were standing on stage with him. This guy's over the top, so don't put it past him. This entire event could have been a homegrown attack just to create a terrorist attack, giving him more power. I would not doubt that. I'm still looking at it as a possibility. Yeah, he could be the candidate for the Antichrist if he had more power, but he's not that nice of a guy. So remember, the Antichrist is going to come off as a really nice person. Therein lies the deception. You have to be careful. That's why I try to maintain kind of edge of the show, because I'm a nice person at heart, but I try to remain a little edgy when I talk to people. Yeah, I'm not the Antichrist. I'm trying to help prevent something like a terrible, disastrous New World Order from forming. If anything, I'm trying to restore a sense of tradition to the human race. Clearly, we've strayed from our goals. Oftentimes, traditionals' views have retained their structure far greater than any new modernistic or progressive concept. And the traditional nation-state model, which has survived the test of thousands of years, continues to be attacked by this New World Order. And that's why I strive to keep repeating the importance that every one of our nations should handle its own affairs. It's far better to break up the required duties of management among many people than it is for one overseeing central authority to see the world as its little cherry to pick. That leads to corruption, or I should say corruption is everywhere, and it will indefinitely invade centralized government. It always has. Look at China's government and how the hierarchy of Mao Zedong is now the upper management, high class caste system that was created in China, a place where Mao would have frowned on that. Look at how in Russia, a man by the name of Vladimir Putin claims to be a communist living in a humble apartment making no more than $200,000 a year, is actually worth $200 billion. And he likes to pad his pockets. He's so corrupt. He loves to just build estates just dedicated to him. So when the talk that Donald Trump had offered a $50 million penthouse suite as a sweetening deal to get the Moscow Trump Tower built, when that popped up, Putin was silent, didn't want anyone to know about it, hasn't commented on it yet. And just recently, Donald Trump had a meeting with Putin secretly, despite what everyone's saying about him secretly trying to cover all his notes from previous meetings. It looks more and more like Donald's doing it yet again. He's trying to keep anyone from knowing anything about what he and Vladimir Putin are saying. So he did another private meeting just yesterday. Kamala Harris wants to ban AR-15s.
Kamala Harris is hitting the road early, trying to cement herself as the front runner for the Democratic presidential primary for 2020. It's not that hard to beat out her competition. All she has to do is stay up past the 4 p.m. early bird dinner special, and she's got both Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden beat. And Kamala Harris made it clear last night during her CNN town hall exactly what she wants to do as your president. She wants to take away your guns.
Wow. Okay. I think she froze.
Democratic Senator Kamala Harris is hitting the president. She wants to take away your guns. Listen.
We have got to have smart gun safety laws in this country, and we've got to stop buying this false choice. You can be in favor of the Second Amendment and also understand that there is no reason in a civil society that we have assault weapons around communities that can kill babies and police officers.
Think about that.
I am.
If Kamala Harris is president, she wants to ban assault weapons. First of all, that's a made-up term. What is an assault weapon?
Yeah.
Well, according to the left, it's any gun that looks scary. Second of all, if Kamala Harris is talking about AR-15s, rifles in general are only used in 2.5% of homicides in our country every year. And AR-15s, of course, are a subset of all rifles. 2.5% of total homicides in our nation, let's do the math. There are 15,070 homicides in our nation every year. That's the FBI homicide data from 2016. 2.5% of 15,070 is 347. 347 of the 15,000 total homicides every year are committed with rifles. Again, AR-15s, or so-called assault weapons, are a subset of that number. But yeah, let's have the government confiscate the 5 to 10 million AR-15s that are legally owned in America, since Kamala Harris is afraid of the term assault weapon. See, here's the thing. The left claims they care about the Second Amendment, but they don't. They are trying to chip away at our Second Amendment rights like little woodpeckers,
right,
taking away our AR-15s first, then taking away our magazines that hold more than 10 rounds.
Yep.
Then they'll come for all semi-automatic weapons. Yep. Then they'll come for our handguns. They'll tell us, like the government tells us here in San Diego, that we aren't allowed to conceal carry a firearm for self-defense unless they, the government bureaucrats, think we have a good enough reason.
Right.
They never think we have a good enough reason. Here in California, only the government is allowed to conceal carry. Guess where Kamala Harris started her political career? That's right here in California. The Democrats say they respect the Second Amendment, but they don't. They'll come for it all until we have nothing left to defend ourselves from government tyranny. That's what you get if you vote for Kamala Harris.
Exactly. I totally agree with this woman. Right on. And thanks. If you want to see that Facebook link again and play it for your family and friends. Very well put, very concise, said it all. I support the right to bear arms because I realize that every single Holocaust in history has been preceded by gun control. Now, if you people are still on the gun control bandwagon that the Democrats keep pushing, you have to understand there are people, very powerful people, who aren't even Americans that want to disarm this country. We're up against a new world order takeover of our country. The last thing we need is to get rid of our personal firearms. I'm 6'4", Joe. You're 5'6". Big difference. Joe Pesci. Getting the numbers mixed up, Joe. And Joe, where's the donation? I mean, you must have made some money at residuals on your movies, like Mean Streets or something. There's got to be some donation somewhere. I'm not only 6'4". I am 6'4". I'm the same height of Abraham Lincoln. You're 5'2". That's good. At least you're proud of that. I have a friend who's 5'6", or maybe he's less. Who knows? I can never really get him to stand up next to a tape measure. But he's really freaked out about his height. He grew up his entire life, you know, with kind of a feeling of inferiority. Sucks. I don't have a connective tissue disorder. Why would you say that? What is wrong with you? What is a connective tissue disorder? Exactly. I'm often curious. Well, it's true. More people die from car accidents and medical deaths than by far than gun deaths. And you know, most violent crimes have been committed using blunt objects. I have big hands. Big hands. I've got very big hands. Yes, I do. Who cares? Just because I have a large body part doesn't mean I have to brag about it. Okay? Meet Ham.
Meet Ham, a humanoid robot that can smile, frown, wink, or even act drunk. All at the push of a button. Smile, frown, wink, or...
Wink? As you can see, Ham is very similar to my face, with the significant difference that I don't have the Jewish nose. I am not sure why Ham was originally created with the Jewish nose. But as you can see, Ham and I are very similar. Beep. Let me adjust my face. Hello. Welcome to the show. I am your Android representative. How can I help you? Hi there, Meow TV. How was your day? I am fully interactive. Oh, God. Thank you. What is the world becoming, you know? It's like, wow, that almost looks real. That's like in 100 years, you will really be a host, Dave. It's an 89% match between me and Ham. But I'm a real Ham. I'm more of a bacon face. Mr. Ham and Bacon Face. I am the original bacon face. For all of you Muslims and Jewish people, please don't be offended. It is turkey bacon. I am kind of a large ham. I was accused of being a big ham as a child. By famous directors, actually. I was not a child actor, though. Unlike the obvious similarity between me and Dennis Menace, I am not Dennis the Menace actor. I never qualified for that. His face is similar to mine, though, I will admit. As a young boy, though, I was not in any way a child actor. There's Dennis the Menace. See? Similarities. Gee, Mr. Wilson, why are you acting like such an idiot? Thank you. Okay, back to you in the studio. Jay North, that's right, Jay North. CBS News, Trump on intelligence. The military doesn't have very good intelligence. Okay, let's take a look. Donald Trump contradicted military advisors today who are convinced that we are not doing great in Syria and we're not doing great in Iraq. And Donald says the intelligence people should go back to school. Now, this is interesting coming from a man who's a self-acclaimed stable genius. Donald Trump is now turning on top-level advisors saying, should go back to school. Trump's disagreements with his own top intelligence officials came to a head Wednesday when the president, bristling at their conclusions on North Korea, Iran, and the border that don't match with his own, suggested the intelligence people should go back to school. The president's series of tweets bashing American intelligence officials came one day after top intelligence officials testified on Capitol Hill that the North Korean regime is still seeking to maintain its nuclear arms and did not list border security among the top threats facing the U.S. Wow. The intelligence people seem to be extremely passive and naive when it comes to the dangers of Iran. Mr. Trump tweeted Wednesday morning, "They are wrong. When I became president, Iran was making trouble all over the Middle East and beyond. Since ending the terrible Iran nuclear deal, they are much different, but a source of potential danger and conflict. They're testing rockets last week and more, and they're coming very close to the edge. Their economy is now crashing, which is the only thing holding them back. Be careful of Iran. Perhaps intelligence should go back to school." Yeah, well, you know, I thought he had Iran handled in the last State of the Oval Office message. He said he had handled Iran. Well, ironically, at the end of his tweet, it sounded like he admits that Iran's a terrible condition. He was agreeing with his national security advisors. He contradicted himself in his own paragraph. I can't go there. It's beyond my comprehension, right, Joe? Joe Pesci, everybody. Okay. Iran took American hostage for 444 days. They will evermore be our mortal enemy. That's correct, guess 425. And Ahmadinejad was one of those men that did. We have photos that was there taking and holding them with his mask on. We saw pictures of him with his mask off. Oh, yeah. The best is yet to come. I know. I can't wait. 10 years without one single second of airtime has really, seasoned me and made me whole and ready for action. Not 1 second of airtime in my own country over 10 years of discussing these issues daily. It's your understanding that military advisors lie to him, so he uses a private intelligence service? Maybe that's true, 425. I'll give you that much. I was the one that suggested we not sign the treaty with Iran, but I was the one who suggested that we open some vouchers for economic sanctions to be dropped. And had we done that, we would have allowed the Huawei to actually be a successful trading partner with Iran for communications. Instead, now Trump is charging the CFO, the daughter of the CEO, her name is Meng. He's charging her with crimes up the yin-yang, and she's out on $10 million bail, and it's put a spike in our relations with China because Huawei is the most powerful telecommunications company in the Asian continent. Yeah, so Trump is making an enemy there while cozying up to Putin. So now the Chinese are beginning to think that Putin really does control Trump, and they're beginning to worry because there's Sino-Soviet agreements that have advanced to the Russian-Chinese agreements, or the Chinese-Russian agreements, are becoming problematic. I mean, they need to know China needs to know that we are not going to keep fighting them and laying tariffs on them left and right. Trump has done nothing to establish that. He's created a trade war with China, which he himself said, oh, I could easily win, no problem. He's never won anything. He loses businesses. He bankrupts corporations. He loses money. Trump's only true talent is telling people what they want to hear and getting loans. And he gets a lot of loans from Russia. That's the problem. You know, breaking a crown is something I wouldn't recommend, Busy. But my argument about crowns, hear me out for a second, because a lot of you are going to have dental problems in your life, and you don't want to waste money. Crowns are recommended at every dentist you go to. What they do is they grind down your teeth, your actual teeth. They bore holes through it to install studs, and then they install the porcelain enamel structure, which is going to show. And they just had a breakthrough in composite fillings. They found out the composite fillings were breaking down in 5 to 7 years. They're finding a way around it. They're in trials right now, 4-year trial. You're going to see composites coming out pretty soon that will be really amazing and won't break down. So we're about 4 or 5 years away from composites that will be super strong. So I'm beginning to think the crowns are kind of an iffy thing, and they are double the cost of a regular, actually they're a couple $1,000s for a crown on top of a root canal. So if you're going to save that tooth and you have a crown, you're going to have to keep it together long enough to wait for any new developments. Some people are going to studs, like Howie wants to get a stud for $1,000 in one of his teeth. Sure, no problem. My dentist just told me the skinny on composite teeth. He informs me I actually have silver amalgam in my mouth. I'm not worried about mercury breaking down and causing me advanced brain problems. I'm already, concerned about fluoride in our environment or lead. Mercury in my teeth is not that. It's a very strong salt. The only time you have to worry about the mercury in your teeth, ironically, is getting them removed to be filled up with composites. That's when you run the risk of swallowing mercury. I have veneer teeth, yeah. This upper is a 3-dimensional veneer created by press-on veneers. I don't care what you use the $400 a month plan for. The basic income plan. That goes to whatever you want. Everybody in the country is going to learn to either save or spend. The important thing is you have money in your pocket and you can help fuel the retail economy. The $400 a month plan is ideally designed for people who don't have any money, but if you have money and you want to save it, it's going to help save money in bank accounts. Banks will grow because people will be saving again. Thank you. I keep my grill clean, and I use the fuzzy, this foaming stuff that you put. I put about a half of a tablet in every night. I found that because they've discovered that saliva breaks down composite teeth, I find that I'm avoiding any saliva in my mouth. So what I'm trying to do is, swallow my spit so it doesn't get near my teeth. So if you hear me going like that, the slurping sounds, is because I don't want to get my saliva near my composites. They're too precious to me. That would be a little weird, wouldn't it? My father used to joke about an uncle they had who used to come over at every single, unannounced, he'd arrive for dinner Sunday nights, and he was the slurper. And he wouldn't use a spoon. You'd think David Sponheim comes from a family that uses spoons, right? Well, he would use a spoon, but he'd slurp every single one in his mouth. And everyone was freaking out, constantly slurping. And no one could say anything because in this Norwegian homes where my father grew up, you weren't allowed to talk at the table unless you were spoken to. As a child, if you said anything, you'd get beaten. My father was actually whipped by his father for speaking out of turn at the table. Talk about a really tough childhood. My poor father had to go through that. But yeah, a very stoic Norwegian family my father grew up in. I had the opposite. My mother was from New York, and she had, the mouth was going nonstop. So it was the opposite in my family. But yeah, sharing Dave's special moments in life. Titanium. Could you be allergic to titanium dental implants? That's an interesting theory. Titanium's used in bone replacement too. I wonder if there are. Titanium's one of the most inert elements out there. Huh. In very few cases, they have had reactions to titanium metal used in dental implants. Interesting. Rare as they are, 0.6% of the population, according to one study. Wow, rash or hives, chronic inflammation of the gums. Wow. Got to do a titanium allergy test. I don't know. I personally, if you got a problem with your smile and you get one of these press-on veneers, these are like, they charge $600 for these, but there are companies that sell them for half that price now. I don't know. I think whipping children is not necessarily a way of creating evolved human beings. You'll take away their learning ability. Whipping them immediately changes their ability to comprehend thoughts because they're being beaten. I don't see how that's going to help. I have a real smile underneath my teeth. I look like if I take them off, it's a very nice smile. I mean, you would never guess that I have, any tooth problems. Spare the rod and spoil the child has always created children that are pampered and then don't understand structure, and they become corrupt criminals when they grow up. It's true. Well, a certain amount of structure I don't have children, but a certain amount of structure has to be imposed on children. Otherwise, they don't know what to do. And you can't give them too many choices. And if you're a parent trying to give your kids too many choices, that's a big mistake. Kids they want structure. And I know even in Sarah's classroom, she has to be structured. Otherwise, you have this sense of lost unruliness. That's nice, Howie. Too bad you ate so many eggs today, though. Yeah, I just wish you would cut back on your egg intake. Take it down to 6 tomorrow. He had 12 eggs today. I got Sarah 50% for her. She bought mine for me, a donation, but she was the one who paid for them. And I wanted her to have her uppers so that if she ever has any problem, and this is my thought, that if she ever has any problem, if she has to lose a tooth or something, when she gets older, she'll always have these uppers to pretty much fit right in there and give her at least a smile. It'll be a lot better for her, especially as a teacher, because no one wants to have a tooth taken out and walk around like this. Okay, kids, I'm going to help us. You've upgraded from chicken eggs to goose eggs. Good. They are higher in amino acids. Goose eggs are richer in some of the key ingredients that help you. Eggs, they say, are good for you. Ostrich eggs, yeah. There you go. I don't know where I'd find an ostrich egg. I doubt I could find one in the U.S. Oh, I don't think that's going to happen. No, we're past the construction period, Dr. Meow. For Dr. Meow's purposes, I think I should be in the show for a little longer just to explain things from the perspective of I was going to say my favorite Martian. That would be good. Yeah. You need to move forward in time, Dr. Meow. You are missing the whole point. Our show is designed to bring you forward, not backward. You're entering the 1800s in your thinking. But no, seriously, you are kind of in the dark ages, man. Move forward. You try to slip out of that that structured mindset where you want to send everybody on a boat somewhere. You know that Abraham Lincoln supported slavery when he first started? Very much like you. Abraham Lincoln was a big, staunch supporter of slaves. But he changed his tune because it became obvious that he wasn't getting laid very much from his wife. Mary Todd wasn't putting out. She kind of turned against me after I did the Gettysburg Address, and everything kind of went sour after that. Our sex life sucked. Poor guy, look at him, he's 56 years old right there. Thank you for liking me. A dozen eggs sells for $8 at your store. Howie just bought 18 eggs for 99 cents. Well, I liked a self-taught lawyer. I think that Abraham Lincoln was a brilliant man. I think Lincoln was sporting at least I don't want to talk about his body part. Thank you. I know, Howie, you just told me about 180 eggs. This is the second time. Are you losing your mind from the eggs? Has the cholesterol slowly rotted out your brain cells? That's why you're going, oh, okay, Dave. Well, I said that to you yesterday. Oh. Yeah, that's a steep 8 dozen eggs. I've seen range-free, organic, cage-free, and properly stooked eggs for $8 before at Whole Foods. Yeah, you can get eggs from another dimension for that price. But if you are buying 180 eggs, Howie, there's other ways to do this. You can take some of your eggs and make bread out of them. I mean, store your eggs in a banana bread or something. Put 3 eggs in each loaf. A free-range chicken only has to technically roam for 30 minutes, then back to the gas chamber. I know, they relaxed those rules. Thank you, Gardy Lou. Our free-range organic chickens get 30 minutes of fresh air, then they go back to the torture chamber. They don't say that on the box, do they? I used to do Easter egg. That was my favorite time in childhood. Easter was my favorite holiday. Then Christmas eclipsed it. But I had a really wonderful childhood. My parents painted all of their eggs and hid them for me, and I was the center of attention. My family was older than me, so I got to go looking for eggs. It was really a fun time for about 5 years there. Then it went all to hell. Yeah, but my first 5 years were really enjoyable. Had a great time. Okay, I'm just going through some stories. We covered pretty much all the territory here tonight. Yeah. Why is it so cold? Come warm up in the answer vortex. All right, wouldn't that be nice to know the reason why we're having massive weather changes that Donald Trump refuses to admit? Yeah, he keeps saying that global whamming is not happening. We need more global whamming. But yeah, this is the worst winter in history, folks, in Chicago. Frigid temperatures arrived at the upper Midwest with a polar vortex, yeah. So this is somewhat a simple description of how this is moving south. The vortex goes farther down. Yeah. And then becomes wavy. And apparently this wave is what's hitting us. I think the magnetosphere is being affected by the endless spraying of chemicals in the air. And I'll leave you guys on that note tonight. Wasteful Wednesday always has to talk about reality. But I think what's happening in true terms is we are engineering the demise of the planet, and we're not, you and I aren't, but the elitists that run the world somehow think it's a good idea to dump crap in the air. No, Ocasio is completely lost. She has no real basis for her socialist thinking. And none of her ideas are going to resonate among anybody on the right or in the center. She's too far to the left, and so is Kamala Harris with her Medicare for All. The people that will bear the brunt of that, folks, are you people who are working and paying taxes. And if we let Ocasio and Kamala get any way in the Democratic Party, it's only because the Democratic Party has gone to the left, to the communist land. We in no way can finance this based on lower taxes. So what I'm proposing is we lower the cost of health care. The Democrats have no solutions for this. We've got the mobile medical unit solution, which is my idea, which we will put into effect. All right. That's about it, folks. So we can take these ideas. The Democrats will not even acknowledge the idea of chemtrails, nor will the Republicans. I'm sure, 100% sure, that this is the cause of our climate change problem, and we've got to stop it. And if you want to look at the map and see how messed up it is, yeah, they're trying to rapidly change and alter chemicals in the environment so fast that we think that climate change is happening faster than it is. Climate change, like what we expect to happen from just using fuel, petroleum, and flatulence and all that, that would happen over a 100-year period. It's happening in 5 to 10 because of this accelerated, misshapen world that we're living in. Hey, I'm going to say good night, but I'll be back in the chat room to talk to you, and tomorrow I'll be back at 5 o'clock. Yes. And tonight we have another different song lined up for us called Are You Ready by Scissor Fight. And I am ready. Thanks again for coming in. I thought this was alphabetical. Let me check here. It is not. All right. Later.